You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. 2 p.m. on the western coast of Mexico, at least the area that we're tracking, and we are looking at Hurricane Orlene, which is approaching the Islas Marias, just off the western coast of Mexico. The provinces of Jalisco, Nayarit, and the one to its north, Sinaloa, I keep forgetting its name, are set to be impacted by strong winds, potentially hurricane force in some locations, particularly on those islands, as it continues further north. If you missed what happened in the earlier part of today, early this morning, this storm peaked as a Category 4, got all the way up there to 130 miles per hour. Since then, the National Hurricane Center were always wary that the storm could rapidly intensify and rapidly weaken due to its tiny size. It has started rapidly weakening a little bit, but still has winds of 105 miles per hour. That's Category 2, and a pressure estimate of 972 millibars derived from our CAT team. NHC still keeping it as 115, Category 3, but we absolutely expect a downgrade once again at their next advisory, which comes up at the end of this hour at 3 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time. So this storm drawing nearer, and whilst at first it seemed as though it would only be a tropical storm landfall on the mainland of Mexico, it could still make a hurricane landfall, and it's definitely a much likely scenario. Now we'll be taking a look at all the satellite views, as well as one or two views on the ground, and the imagery hasn't changed very much, with commentary from our team and questions from viewers, and you can call into the studio tonight. It is a phone-in. You can join our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and check out the tropical stage, which is where we're also hosting this stream, and you can just phone in whenever you feel like you want to add something or say something about this storm, or pick up on any other situation that's going on in the tropics right now. But I can tell you that at the moment, the only active storm right now is Orlene around the whole world, so it is going to be 100% our focus, at least from our end, this afternoon, local time. My name is Nathan Foy here in the studio. We're probably going to be here until the midnight UTC advisory, which would be what time locally? That would be the 6 p.m. advisory in Mexico, so we're probably looking at a 4-hour stream here, unless the storm does something we don't expect, where we might have to stay here a little bit longer. But in the meantime, this is Orlene on satellite imagery right now. I'm joined by two of our team right now. We have Patrick, who you saw during a large part of Ian's coverage just a few days ago. And we also have Ryan in the Pacific Northwest. Hello to both of you.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Good afternoon. And we also have David on board, our oceanic correspondent from the east coast of Australia. So we have a few of us here right now. Well then, I guess we'll start with Patrick. You've been monitoring this storm quite a lot during the course of the last few hours when it was coming down from that somewhat extraordinary peak, because it was really going for it last night. Were you there when that was happening?
No, I was not, but I was there for the morning. I woke up this morning and saw the rapid intensification. So basically what's going on right now is that earlier this morning, Orlene was interacting no shear as well as primed OHC content, as well as the fact that its eye continued to clear out and also had very cold cloud tops, which obviously gave it prime conditions to rapidly intensify. It peaked. Honestly, I think it peaked a couple hours ago, and now currently it is experiencing a lot of southwesterly shear, as well as its eye is completely gone. Its eye is completely filled in with cloud tops and clouds and whatnot.
Is it though? I'm still not convinced by that when I look at this imagery.
I stand firm by my opinion
Well,
based off of the satellite microwave imagery as well as water vapor imagery. That eye is completely filled in.
all right.
But
What about that microwave imagery? Is there any? Can we see that at all? I know I've
like,
sprung that upon you, but maybe you could send it in a few moments and we can have a look at that.
yeah, I can pull up. Yeah, I'm actually pulling up that right now,
Right.
and I don't see anything too crazy with the eye. I'm also gonna look at visible high res as well. Um, I see a lot of blow-ups of clouds, but I don't see an opening on the visible high res imagery.
Well,
So
it's
I
quite
definitely
clear
think
on
that the
my screen. I don't know what's going on here.
I mean, I do see a slight hint of the eye still there, but satellite imagery is a good tale that it's it's like almost completely full, unless if it cleared out again, which would not surprise me. But
I mean, yeah, I'm not
nevertheless,
saying it's a great eye, but it's still visible. It reminds me very much of what it looked like before its strengthening when we were on the air yesterday at a slightly earlier time. Um, it feels like we're in deja
yeah,
vu right now, just a little bit further
yeah.
north.
Nevertheless, though, this storm is interacting a lot of southwesterly shear, as well as it is over decent oceanic heat content, but given the fact that it's being completely, like there's increasing southwesterly shear, you can see clearly that the storm is beginning to fall apart slightly, and I'm I'm honestly convinced that the eye is about maybe 80% of the way completely filled at this time, but potentially fully closed or fully filled up.
Right.
I believe NHC actually does explicitly mention it in their public advisory. I can pull it up here. It did say that I'm trying to figure out where is this? Where is this? Did it say that in the forecast discussion? Let me
Well, go and check that. But I just want to
Oh yeah,
point out.
it says the satellite presentation of Orlene has degraded since early this morning. Appears that an increase in southwestern shear may have begun as the eye has become cloud filled. So the eye is filling or has been
Sure,
filled.
yeah, cloud filled, but it still is there. But anyway, it's just a minor point. But looking at the National Hurricane Center forecast cone here, you can see that they are definitely expecting a hurricane landfall tomorrow afternoon. And you'll note there that despite it being so close to land right now, its wind field is very small and still isn't reaching the coast. And we can take a look at the view from Puerto Vallarta right now, and it is still looking extremely calm when you look at the view here, looking southwest towards the storm. Yes, it's quite dark over there in the distance, but where this location is right now, the waves still looking rather calm, and the trees once again still barely moving at all. And this is in a tropical storm warned location and a hurricane watch, by the way, only 170 kilometers away from the center of the storm, which is less than 110 miles. So it is pretty close to the storm, and certainly if you put Ian here, it would be underneath some pretty dreadful conditions by now. But every storm comes in a different shape and size, and Orlene is pretty damn small, and the view here is still one of relative calm. There's even a few people still out in the water earlier on, which we wouldn't recommend, considering this area is in a tropical storm warning. Ryan, I just wondered if you had any thoughts as well, as you've been watching this, I assume, throughout this morning your time.
Yeah, I have. And yeah, I was looking. Yeah, there was a hurricane watch for Puerto Vallarta, which the wind speed probabilities forecast in the National Hurricane Center issues shows 21% chance of tropical storm force winds, and no mention of 60-mile-an-hour or hurricane force winds possible for Puerto Vallarta.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they're not going to get extremely strong winds. This storm is still moving due north. It's actually making its closest pass to Puerto Vallarta right now, but just north of the storm, and I don't think you can see it very well here on this map. Indeed, I can't see it myself looking at it, but somewhere in here are the Islas Marias, somewhere in that circle, and the storm could make a very close pass or indeed a landfall over those islands. Not very populated, only about, I think, 2,500, but still populations there that could get hit by possibly a Category 2 storm if it holds on that little bit longer, but we'll see what happens. Now, sometimes we can get an idea of how strong the storm will be at the next advisory from the ATCF information, the automated feed from the US Navy. They're still going with Category 3, so I highly doubt that's the case. It still looks okay on that satellite view, but let's throw it back to, well, first as that viewpoint, but back to the infrared imagery, which you can see on the right hand side, and it's not looking great there. And when you don't really have a well-defined eye on satellite, you generally can't go above 105, 110 miles per hour. And we've also got David with us right now, joining us this morning over there in Australia. And your current thoughts on Orlene?
It's still going to be a hurricane on landfall. I'm just reading the discussion information. So still the hurricane on landfall. However, I'm going to sidetrack to the Southwest Indian Ocean. We have Invest 92S on the radar.
And potentially a fourth early season tropical cyclone in the South Indian Ocean. Chances are rising.
20 knots, 107 millibars. Located 5 south, 90 east. So basically the same area where the previous Invest was. So that's on the ATCF file, but Orlene, wind shear, as what was mentioned, sea surface temperatures still good. And the International Space Station was slightly to the west of it. So we missed that one, 2 days, but people need to be prepared, and I'm hoping CISA might let us know what preparations he's doing, seeing he's right on the coast.
No, he's not right on the coast. He's quite a bit inland in Guadalajara. He's at about a 7% chance of tropical storm conditions now, which is up from 3% yesterday, but I still don't think it's going to be an event for him. But what it certainly is an event for is along those coastal areas, just to relay those watches and warnings right now once again. The hurricane warning for Las Islas Marias and the coast of mainland Mexico from San Blas to Mazatlan. The tropical storm warning for the coast of mainland Mexico from Playa Perula to San Blas. Hurricane watch for that same area, as well as from Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya. And a tropical storm watch for Manzanillo to Playa Perula as well. So a pretty simple description of the locations in all of those warnings, and that is also marked on that National Hurricane Center cone. Shall we take our first call?
Yes.
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
Let's see if we can speak to Diamond, who is in Pennsylvania. Good evening.
I pretty much wanted to talk just to mention the fact of 91B being a thing in the Bay of Bengal.
It is, so, and that's a bit of a surprise, actually, because I didn't think there was anything worth marking there.
Cyclone Genesis has been good for the last 3 days.
The potential.
92s, so we've got 2.
And
So-
in regards to 91B, there is no mention of anything on the RSMC in New Delhi. They don't have anything for me in the next 5 days.
Yeah, I didn't really think so. We can check models later on, but I can tell you there's not really anything being put up there right now.
No.
Let's get some more comments in the chat. Tropical Storm Altenebron says Orlene really peaked as a major hurricane. Yes, it did. Not whilst we were alive at any point, but during our off time, the eye opened up properly, right down to the surface, and it got very fairly warm eye temperatures, which were enough to categorize it as a Category 4, and I agree with them. That was earlier on, and some substantial weakening. The eye collapsed and recycled, and I think we're seeing a last throw of the dice from the storm right now as we look at it, which has still got that core blowing up convection and the eye still somewhat visible. Junjun Villarreal says possibilities of re-strengthening.
Unlikely, given the fact that there's
it's low. It's low.
I agree.
Really,
And Weather Alert says, why did Orlene rapidly weaken so fast?
Wind shear.
I mean, it
Basically
rapidly
wind shear.
weakened from 4 to 2, but I don't feel it's rapidly weakening right now.
The National Hurricane Center is saying increasing southwesterly vertical wind shear during the next 24 to 36 hours. It's likely to cause the small hurricane to weaken. And the center is still saying it is to pass over the Islas Marias. It's a strong hurricane late tonight, early Monday. What intensity are they saying for category for?
Well, they're going to be updating that the next full advisory, so it might be a little bit harsh to.
Yeah, I think that right now this was still forecast to be 115 miles an hour at 00 at 6 p.m. Mountain Time, and clearly it's, if anything, holding on to that by the intermediate advisory, and force 13 on 105 miles an hour. So I think they're going to bring down that intensity forecast, and the landfall, which is currently 80 miles an hour, might go down a bit farther too.
And that was despite the storm strength earlier. They were still only predicting an 80-mile-an-hour landfall. Diamond, was there anything else you wanted to talk about there? You're still on the line?
I also would like to mention, like, those islands you were talking about off the coast of Mexico, probably around 100 miles per hour by that point as a Category 2. Then landfall anywhere from probably like 70 to 80 miles per hour is either a high-end tropical storm or maybe even a Category 1 hurricane, which is, like you said, starting to become more likely as time goes on.
Yep, certainly what is being suggested. Thanks for the call. Probably going to be seeing a borderline hurricane landfall on the coast. The actual landfall location, well, let's see. It's probably going to be, let's look back at the National Hurricane Center cone there. It'll be not too far from Mazatlan, but should be a significant distance away, considering the storm's small size. I've marked a location, possibly Tiacapan, as the possible landfall location. So I guess that's what we'll be looking towards as we move on forward. I'm just going to take a small couple of minutes away from the desk here, so my team will have to chat about some stuff in the meantime, but I'll throw it to David because I'm sure you've got a lot of news about other matters and, of course, Hurricane Orlene right now.
The National Hurricane Center is indicating that the low-level circulation will take around 72 hours to fully dissipate when it crosses the mountains in Mexico. Hurricane conditions expected, with tropical storm conditions beginning today. Hurricane warning is in effect for a portion of west central mainland Mexico, where hurricane conditions expected Monday, with tropical storm conditions also starting Monday. Heavy rainfall from Orlene is expected to lead to flash flooding as well as possible landslides in areas of rugged terrain of southwestern Mexico into Tuesday. RIA 91B, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, has nothing on its website. However, the NOAA floaters are available on 91B. Patrick.
Yeah, so we have Invest 91B currently near the Bay of Bengal. We have Invest 90 we do have Invest 91L that has been designated in just to the southeast of the Lesser Antilles here. Gradual development is expected of the system within the next 5 days as it traverses westward into portions of the Caribbean. Given latest forecast ensemble guidance, we are most likely not going to see a northward curve. It is still on the tables. However, given most model ensemble guidance, we're most likely going to be seeing a more of a westward shift. Latest ensemble guidance has Ian, oh my god. I'm getting confused in names here. 91L, excuse me. Current GFS model ensemble guidance has 91L traversing westward and potentially going into the Bay of Campeche with a more west to west northwest direction, not just a straight north or northwest, which would be.
Is 91L the 2030 or the 3070?
The 2030.
Oh.
GEPS ensemble guidance also wants a more west to west northwest before making landfall, a potential landfall in northeastern Mexico near Cancun. However, we can't put a prediction on these kinds of things as of the moment because we have not even gotten full ensemble guidance yet from this designated system. However, Invest 91L has been designated, and that is actually just new. So development there. We also have Disturbance 1, just south of the Cabo Verde Islands. That is continuing to produce disorganized showers and thunderstorms. However, within the next couple of days, environmental conditions are going to be favorable for some gradual development, and a tropical depression is likely to form, which would indicate that we most likely will have an out sea storm with this 70% chance storm. Also, to point out for Hurricane Orlene, anything interesting that I'm noticing here? Still has a very massive structure. There's definitely a lot of convective blowups around the board. However, you can see that the eye has become a lot less defined, as well as you can see the south. You can't really see it, but you can definitely see what the southwesterly shear has done to the overall western side of the storm. Has degraded it a lot, but still holding on as a very powerful Category 2 hurricane with winds of 105 miles an hour and a pressure of 972, if I'm not mistaken, Nathan.
972,
Yeah.
115 miles per hour.
That's from the
And north
NHC.
at
Our
7.
cyclone analyst team running with 105 due to its weakening from earlier. But what you will see in a sheared storm like this, if it ends up being shear that kills it off, well, it probably will be, that eye will eventually completely collapse, and then it will have a go at what's left of all that convection, which will then blow up all around the center, and it will really keep blowing up, and eventually the shear will be able to push that convection off the center, and it will have an exposed center of circulation, the low level clouds. Basically, wind shear pushes all of those high clouds off towards the southwest, I assume, and then we will see it significantly weaken. Indeed, you can see some of those clouds being blown in that direction as we keep looking at this satellite imagery. Also, you'll note that a few clouds are in the Puerto Vallarta area right now, and when we look back at the live webcam, you can see a rain shaft or two in the distance there, affecting those hills along the coastline as we look down towards the southwest. So there's rain in the area, but still from this storm right now, only 170 kilometers away from this webcam, and still pretty much no wind at all. You look at those trees, they are stood completely still. Where was I going to go to next though? I can't remember, but let's look back at this visible imagery whilst we take stock of where we are right now. National Hurricane Center will update on this storm within the next half hour probably, and we expect that it will be weaker on their update. I don't know if we've got any recon that have been through the storm today, but they were there yesterday. That they were caught. They
We've had
caught.
recon in the storm today.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
remember now.
well,
They
we've
were.
had recon.
I know that yesterday they caught the beginning of the strengthening process, and earlier on they were in the storm. Now that I can remember, and they got lower winds. To be honest, I'm not surprised they kept it at 115 miles per hour though, a gradual stepping down, and I think they will go more in line with maybe 105 at the next advisory. I don't think they'll go any lower than that, even though I think there were some suggestions that it may have already gone down to high-end Category 1, but I'm not sure if that was true earlier on today. I would definitely keep it still as a Category 2 at this point, as it approaches the coast of western Mexico there. Islas Marias are the areas that are most in line for this storm at this time, with quite a few other locations, of course, on the mainland that will be affected later on. Also, rainfall amounts could reach quite high levels in some areas. Some of the I think it was the interior part further north. Let me just get these rainfall estimates again. So, sorry, the Islas Marias actually, they're expecting the highest rainfall, of course. 6 to 10 inches with local amounts of 14 inches there, possibly. That's 350 millimeters. For the provinces of Nayarit and Sinaloa, 3 to 6 inches there with local maximums of 10, and that's 250 millimeters. And for Jalisco and Colima, 1 to 3 inches there with local amounts of 5, and that is down to 125 millimeters there for maximums. These rainfall amounts will likely lead to flash flooding as well as possible landslides in areas of rugged terrain. Keep your questions coming in live on the air. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. Could Ian join Katrina and Harvey in causing over $100 billion in damages? That's still a question that's yet to be answered. I personally think it won't quite get that high. I think it will come close, but I'm not seeing it getting to a full 100 billion. But who knows? I mean, it was an extremely huge impact. I just don't think the populations impacted were quite there though to cause 100 billion, but I guess we'll wait and see.
And also, I will note that the amount of damages mean, since inflation happens, that the 100 billion in Katrina is worse than 100 billion in Harvey, which theoretically, if Ian was 100 billion, Harvey would be worse than Ian still because inflation.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Still, it is a very exclusive club that only 2 storms have ever reached. And there was another question above that as well. On average, how many hurricane landfalls does Mexico receive a year? This area seems to get hit more than I expected. I don't actually have a concrete answer for you there. I know that perhaps I should, because Mexico is an area that's very prone to hurricanes, but I don't know what percentage I could give you. I mean, I could look into the research, but that wouldn't help us right now. But they are quite common. When was the last time there was a hurricane? I mean, earlier this year, wasn't it, for the Baja California Peninsula? So it happens all the time. We look at 2021, and that year had at least four hurricane landfalls on the Pacific side of Mexico alone. So it does happen quite often. In 2020, it was the Atlantic side that got a battering. I'm just checking if there was one in the eastern side that I may have forgotten about. I think it got away with it in 2020. 2019, it had one, at least one. 2018, it had at least one as well. Willa, of course, being the main one, making a Category 3 landfall in this same area. So at least this one isn't going to be quite as bad as Willa. I would still say that the best comparison to this particular storm right now might be Rosa in 1994, although maybe not after its Category 4 peak. But that storm peaked as a Category 2 as it moved through the Islas Marias, and then northeastwards into a Category 2 landfall just south of Mazatlan in a similar place where this one is expected to strike. But different circumstances. We do still expect that wind shear will tear this storm apart as it makes landfall, and still some computer models are suggesting that this storm could weaken entirely, and I think even one or two saying that it will stall offshore and dissipate before it even reaches land. I don't know about that, and I wouldn't get your hopes up too much right now as we continue to watch this. But at the moment, it is still due north movement, so I guess that's good news for land areas in the short term, but it could still make landfall as a hurricane. Sarkar says, is there southerly shear affecting it? We're hearing it southwesterly.
Yep.
And looking at, Jaden says, looking at the tropical tidbits, Invest 91L, the GFS ensembles are very aggressive. There are a few. We got to keep noting that it's not all of them, but quite a few GFS ensembles are on board with that becoming something in the Caribbean. And what is Hurricane Orlene's cloud top temperature? Alright, let's see if we can take a little look at that. Let me find some of the relevant imagery to show you. Let's try... which one? This one. Yeah. No problem. Here is latest infrared imagery, and as I keep saying, I'm still not convinced that the eye is a goner just yet. You can still see where that eye would be. Not looking great on the infrared, it has to be said, but still massive amounts of convection blowing up all around it, except on the eastern side, but blowing up pretty high cloud tops, well into the -70s still, possibly even a touch of -80 there, and those cloud tops are pretty high. In sheared storms, though, you are more likely to get some high cloud tops because it all gets pushed up towards the same area, and that's usually not necessarily a sign of strengthening. It's just still steaming along, blowing up that convection there on the northern side. But cloud tops still generally decent, but not much of an eye in there, and perhaps weakening to continue. Polistes says, could Orlene affect Katy, Texas and bring rain? I'm not sure if it will bring any rain over the United States. I'm just going to go and check now. I know that it certainly won't get any winds in there, but in terms of rainfall, I would say that in relation to Orlene, you're probably going to get trace amounts near the border region in eastern Texas, and apart from that, nothing. You'll probably get more activity from Atlantic disturbances. Let me just check what's going on over there. There's a weak little, well, it looks like two airflows come together near southern Texas in about 5 days and sort of converge and give quite a bit of rainfall to the Corpus Christi area by the looks of things. But that seems to be a little way out. From Orlene, though, very little interaction.
Go ahead.
No, I'm all yours.
Okay. Yeah. In the output channel, I posted a link to the Cabo San Lucas radar, and it is raining in the Islas Marias right now, which is not surprising. But if there were webcams there, which I can find there are effects that are starting to occur there.
Yeah, none of those islands, unfortunately, and I didn't know there was a webcam in. Well, actually, I did, but I didn't know it reached out to the storm.
You mean a radar?
Yeah, I didn't know radar reached as far out as the storm from.
It's not that good of coverage. Obviously, it's pretty far out, but
yeah,
it is raining there.
Interesting. We'll take a look in just a moment here on that one. As soon as I figure out how to work it. Whilst we wait for that, we're still looking at this view of the infrared imagery. Alright, yes, actually, I'm a little bit surprised, but Cabo San Lucas does have the eye on radar even, or at least part of it, and starting to come in a little bit more. So let's see if we can take a look at this. Here we are. This is a view right now of the eye of the storm, just on the very edge of that radar scope, and some pretty decent showers on the northwestern side. I didn't think we'd get to see that, but there is the view of the eye moving in towards the Isla Maria, and possibly a westward jog, but the general movement is further north right now, and little bits of rainfall already reaching further north the coast near Mazatlan. I keep getting confused between the two.
And you can clearly see where the strongest activity is. To the northwest.
Well, I mean, this is only one view from the radar. We don't really know what's going on the other side. But that's an insight into how this storm is looking right now, and a little one or two hints about its structure, which suggests to me, folks, that the inner eye wall is still active, probably in fractured sense, but it is still there.
And we have the new advisory out as well right now.
The new advisory?
They have 115 miles an hour, 972 millibars.
They're sticking with 115.
And they have discontinued a tropical storm watch from Manzanillo to Playa Parula. They discontinued that watch. They have also issued a tropical storm warning north of Mazatlan to Bahia Tempe, Huaya. So it seems like they think that this the tropical storm force winds will extend even north of Mazatlan.
Nathan, the Recon Air Force made 2 passes through the centre earlier this afternoon, reporting a close 22 nautical mile ride eye on its final pass. The aircraft measured a peak 700 MB flight level wind of 96, SFMR of 92 knots. Since the plane only made a couple passes through the eastern eye wall, the intensity is set at 100 knots, owing to some undersampling. It has been difficult to determine if today's weakening was caused by an eye wall replacement cycle, increase in southwesterly shear, or a combination of both.
Yep. And I can see that discussion that you're reading there. Regardless, southwesterly vertical wind shear is forecast to increase during the next 12 to 24 hours, which is expected to cause an additional reduction in wind speed, plus the entrainment of some drier mid-level air to the west of Orlene. It's still forecast to pass near or over the Islas Marias as a strong hurricane tonight and reach the coast of mainland Mexico as a hurricane on Monday. After landfall, rapid weakening is expected, and the low-level center should dissipate over the mountainous terrain of southwestern Mexico in 48 to 60 hours.
They've reduced that amount. The dissipation was a little bit longer, but they've reduced that to 48 to 60.
Satellite imagery and fixes from the aircraft show that Orlene is still moving northward, or 5 degrees at 7 knots. The track forecast philosophy is unchanged from before. Orlene should bend north-northeastward tonight as it is steered between a mid-level ridge to its east and a broad trough over northwestern Mexico. The track guidance is in much better agreement this cycle. I knew that was coming. And the NHC forecast was only nudged slightly westward to be closer to the various consensus aids. The updated track and wind radii forecast has necessitated the issuance of a tropical storm warning along the coast of mainland Mexico to the northwest of the hurricane warning area. No other changes were made to the existing wind warning. So let's look back at this cone and watch it update here now. And there is the new cone. Did you want to cut in there?
Yeah, I was about to say I posted the cone in the output channel, but it seems we have it up in there right now.
Hello.
We're also joined by Chris in New Jersey, another person who was quite instrumental in our Ian coverage, and we've switched to Orlene. And what do you reckon of this storm? Now it looks that from the NHC forecast that it probably won't weaken as rapidly as we first thought, thanks to its strength.
So one of the trends that I have kind of really noticed with a lot of the storms that have brewed this year is how quickly they've intensified. Take Ian, for example. We were watching a tropical depression that formed rather quickly into a tropical storm. And then, as time went on, it strengthened very quickly. One of the things is I'm actually getting the remnants of Ian right now, so it's kind of downpouring right now for me. But one of the things is that I've noticed over the years is hurricanes have gotten stronger. People have kind of got back to like, oh, okay, we've had strong hurricanes in the past. This is how you deal with them. That doesn't always work. We saw that with Ian. Fort Myers and all that's underwater because the things that state and local legislation are doing is they're reverting back to like older storms that they've had that hit the area. Ian was a completely different beast than what it was.
There was very little precedence to Ian.
Yeah. Do I dare say it was kind of a Sandy incident for Florida? I don't want to say that because it's really a little bit too...
No, it's different to that.
Yeah. But I'm just shocked with how quickly these storms that have formed have gone from tropical storm status to like major hurricane status.
All right. We got a phone in active right now. If you want to call the studio, you can join our Discord server, discord.gg, and get in touch. You can also send in your comments and questions on our YouTube chat right now. We've had quite a few, so let's take some of them now. Kenneth says, will this weaken to a tropical depression before landfall? Looking very unlikely now, actually, if the forecasts are to be believed. We'll check those models a little bit later on. How much damage has Ian caused? Quite a lot, I would say. I mean...
over 50 billion, at least.
Probably. And could Hold on, let me just find some more here. What category is Hurricane Orlene now? So quite surprisingly, NHC staying at Category 3 at their update, 115 miles per hour. We're still sticking with our own internal team at 105 miles per hour, 972 millibars. So depending who you trust more, Category 2/3, 10 miles per hour difference. Still a dangerous storm by all accounts. Storm Tracker HQ says, could the above average activity since 1995 in the Atlantic come to an end by 2030? Well, it could still end this year if we don't get any more storms, but we probably will. But it's, I mean, well, you know, we've had a few seasons within that period that weren't above average, so I'm guessing you'll be you're referring to maybe a few seasons in a row, perhaps, but I don't know. Maybe. But I guess people thought that in 2013, 14, 15. Another comment there on the GFS yesterday. There was another storm after Orlene making landfall. And we were covering that quite a bit on here when we were looking at the models. It's a tough one. That the area of interest behind it is still looking like a decent chance of development. But most of the models are taking it west-northwest away from Orlene. The GFS has sort of backed down on it completely and is instead favouring another area of interest further east that might form and make landfall further east in Mexico. I think somewhere around Colima or Michoacan province. So that's something to look out for. And Mohawk says, arriving in Puerto Vallarta tomorrow afternoon from Toronto. Any idea if it'll pass by then? Should I cancel my trip? Right now, I can tell you that this storm is probably within an hour of making its very closest pass to Puerto Vallarta, so I would say that you are probably not in danger, considering the view in Puerto Vallarta right now looks like this. If we pan left, we're still not seeing very much winds at all in this location. It is a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch in this location though, so I would advise caution, but it seems to me as though this hurricane is going to pass by tomorrow in this location. And ATID or ATID says, in response to that question, it's the dreaded 2005-2017 list next year, so expect another catastrophic year in 2023. Well, if you are superstitious in that way, I suppose, but it doesn't always work out like that. But yeah, that naming cycle does have a history. You think of all those years in the Atlantic that has that naming list. 2017, 2011, which you still had a few things, mainly Irene and Lee. 2005, of course. 1999, which Irene was a significant storm for Florida. You had Floyd, you had Lenny. You had Brett, Category 4, into southern Texas as well. And then you had 1993, which wasn't so bad. The main threat there was Hurricane Emily. 1987, which also had Emily.
Mason.
Emily should be retired, to be honest. It's had 3 big strikes. Yeah, go ahead.
So, question for you actually about storms and stuff. So, I was actually born in 2004, and I actually moved down to Florida, and the year that I moved down there with my family, we had 3 back-to-back hurricanes hit in 2004.
Yep.
Do you know the names of those storms by any chance?
A dreadful year, 2004. Florida was impacted by Francis, Jean, and Ivan.
Wow. Do you know what categories they were when they hit?
I think Francis was a strong 2 at landfall, if I remember rightly, and that Jean was, I think, a low end 3. And Ivan, I can't remember whether it made landfall in Florida, whether it was in Alabama, but Florida got a hit from that as well.
Really?
I think Ivan was Gee, I can't remember how strong that one was at landfall.
Because I was as my mom was telling me about it, and I'm like, I wonder what storms hit when we were down there. Because I lived in Groveland at the time, so I don't know where that is to the coast or something.
Oh, DeWatt, of course, mentioning the other one, Charlie. Duh. Charlie was the other one bigger than Ivan for Florida. Yeah. Charlie, Francis, and Jean. Charlie being the Category 4, of course, as we know.
I will still never understand why people move to Florida. I mean, here in the Pacific Northwest, I mean, there isn't really any major threats. We don't get like tornadoes. We don't get hurricanes. We sometimes get snowstorms, so it's not that often. But yet people seem to love to move to these places. They get natural disasters, what seems like every 5 years or less.
Yes, because people move there. Sorry to cut you off, Nathan. Because people move there not realizing about the natural disasters. They're like, oh, we're just gonna move down there. It's gonna be all fine and dandy, and then they get hit with like a Category 4 hurricane, and then they're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have moved.
People fancy their chances, and they, even after storms like these, it's still an attractive proposition for many. When you look at the statistic probabilities of the very place that you set up your homestead or whatever being impacted by a major hurricane, it's pretty low. But collectively, the whole of Florida, the chances are very high that somewhere in Florida gets slammed next year.
New Jersey has not had a single hurricane since Sandy. I hate to say it, and I'm not very I don't say this a lot. I think honestly, we're
New Jersey
overdue for
hurricanes are rare, though.
Yeah, Sandy was a beast of its own.
If we look at the history for New Jersey, let me just have a look at this. But usually, it's the shape of the coastline protects it quite a bit. It hasn't had many hurricane landfalls at all. Let me just check here. I think it has only had one. And Sandy doesn't even count, by the way, because that was post-tropical. It actually had two. Irene in 2011, of course, the year before Sandy, and a Category 1 hurricane in 1903. And apart from that, nada for New Jersey.
Really?
Yep. Very rare.
Hey, Dave.
Go ahead.
I believe the reason why they actually discontinued the tropical storm watch was actually because they upgraded it to tropical storm warnings and hurricane watches because I believe the wind field has expanded from the last advisory.
Yeah, that's what they said. Although, I think the tropical storm watch was further east.
I think it was further east, and then it got consolidated westward,
yeah.
and then
the tropical storm
upgraded it.
Nathan.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
looking at the NHC, right? So the invest that's off of the coast of Africa, I have a feeling that if this forms, track they're expecting it to take, makes it like northwest. They'll bring it towards the U.S. I never hope for a hurricane, but it's kind of weird that New Jersey hasn't had a hurricane since Irene, and I think we're overdue for a big one.
Oh, it's not going to happen from that storm, no way.
If it happens, it'll be from a storm that forms in the mid-Atlantic, strengthens in the mid-Atlantic, and just slams right into the state.
Yeah, pretty much. We have some more questions, and of course our main focus is Hurricane Orlene, as we go slightly off topic there, but I guess that can be forgiven. You can still see on the satellite imagery there that the eye is still with us, I feel, with more convective blow-ups going on. So Orlene is really putting up a fight. Dewat says, did Orlene peak earlier today? It certainly did. Category 4 peak this morning. And a lot of people coming out with their own stories there in the chat as well. And this is what our conversations quite often bring up there. So a few comments there. People tend to forget that when living in a tropical or warm weather area, the weather is good, really good, but every now and then when the weather gets bad, it gets really bad. Interesting way of saying it there.
I'll be right back just after the top of the hour.
Sure. We also have radar, which I didn't know we actually had for this area, but there is indeed. I didn't think the Cabo San Lucas radar would reach out this far, but it does, and you can still clearly see the eye, which is still entering the radar scope actually, as it approaches the Islas Marias, which are underneath some of those green areas and maybe some of those yellows now. The storm's getting pretty close to those islands, and in fact I could probably pan this map a little bit to make it a bit easier here. So there it is in relation to those land areas. Of course, we can't see what's going on the other side over Puerto Vallarta and wherever else, but from what we saw on that webcam, it's still not much precipitation there. We zoom in a bit, you can make out that eye still. Hard to tell exactly what or how good a structure it has at this point, considering it's so far out. But it's quite clear that it still has a well-defined northerly eye wall, a small one, and one that might be prone to breaking up shortly, but for the time being, it still looks decent as far as we can see on this radar imagery. But that's what we'll be looking out for next, for this storm eye to rip itself to shreds on the radar presentation, and then very soon you'll see it disappear from satellite as the higher level stuff responds, and then hopefully we'll see the rapid weakening process of this tropical cyclone, fingers crossed. National Hurricane Center still holds this as a category 3 at their last update, which just came out, with winds of 115 miles per hour at 972. Our team have gone a little bit lower with 105 miles per hour, which is around 170 kilometers per hour sustained. So for the Islas Marias, which is around a population of 2,500, they could still get category 2 conditions, and when it reaches its final landfall, probably 50 or so miles south of Mazatlan, then it could still be a category 1 hurricane. We'll take a look at some models in the next hour, but for the time being, we're going to go on a short break here. Stay tuned, we'll have a lot more regarding this storm next. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome back to our next hour of coverage on Force 13 Live. Hurricane Orlene, which is still a pretty powerful storm. If you missed it, and if you blink, you probably might have missed it overnight into the early hours of this morning. Orlene rapidly intensified late last night and became a Category 4 storm with winds of 130 miles per hour. It then weakened quite rapidly this morning, but seems to have leveled off at high-end Category 2 or possibly Category 3. National Hurricane Center staying firm with 115 miles per hour, which is Category 3 status. Our Force 13 analyst team sticking it a little bit lower at 105 miles per hour and a pressure of 972 millibars. This storm is a threat to the western coast of Mexico, particularly the Islas Marias, which are those that small chain of islands just to the north of the storm center right now. It's getting close. Thankfully, the population on there is quite low, but there is one nonetheless. So, for that roughly 2,000 or 3,000 people who exist on that island, it's going to be a tough evening. Although, the populated island is probably going to be on the western side of the eye, so it might be just a little bit weaker than it is on the eastern side, although convection blowing up is mainly on the western side, so I guess we can't say that for certain. Also, this storm is expected to turn a little bit towards the northeast, which might spare the main island there, and then continue into land about 50 or so miles south of Mazatlan. As expected, hurricane warnings are in effect, and if you missed the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, they have issued a tropical storm warning from north of Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya, and the tropical storm watch from Manzanillo to Playa Perula has been discontinued. So right now, we have a hurricane warning for Las Islas Marias and the coast of mainland Mexico from San Blas to Mazatlan. A tropical storm warning for Playa Perula to San Blas, and from north of Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya, and a hurricane watch for the coast of mainland Mexico from Playa Perula to San Blas, and from Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya as well. We don't have our bottom bar up to date at the minute, but we'll get to fix that at some point. But there is the storm in full view right now, and we've got a few other views, including radar. This is how it looks on the radar returns from San Blas, even though quite some distance away. Not San Blas, Cabo San Lucas. Even though it's quite some distance away, you can clearly see that the storm center is visible there, but obviously we can't see all of it. Decent band on the western side there, producing some quite high reflectivity values. As you look towards the storm center there, quite difficult to tell, but it is there and it still looks fairly closed, although I should be reminded that this is the radar looking out. Of course, the curvature of the Earth means that we don't get to see what the surface conditions look like, and what we're looking at the storm there is quite high in the air. But at least we get to see something with regards to that radar imagery. Back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy here for probably at least another 3 hours until the National Hurricane Center release their next intermediate advisory, at which point we'll find out just how much this storm has possibly weakened again, whether it's good news or bad, and then we'll see where we go from there as we take a look later on this evening. And I'm also joined by my team. We have with us right now a few people. We have got David, Patrick, Chris and Ryan, who are all with us right now. And we have an open mic in a way. We have a phone in active, so if you have anything you want to say over the air, then please join our Discord server, which is where you can get involved, discord.gg/force13, and we're live there in the tropical stage where you can join the discussion. All right, so we continue to look at this storm right now. Team, I'll open the floor to you all. Who would like to go first on this?
I guess I'll start by noticing several new observations based off satellite imagery. I am noticing that there is a massive blow-up of convection on the northern side of the LLC. That definitely is indicative that Hurricane Orlene is still holding on strong, even though it's at this point, I can't even tell if an eye is there anymore. It definitely appears to be considerably lacking one. It still has a very impressive eye wall, given that massive blowup of convection. However, there actually is now a dry air slot entering the southern side of the storm, which would indicate that it's also experiencing actually southwesterly or westernly shear, which would also indicate that the storm is beginning to get affected by the shear that is in place over there. However, still holding on strong is a very powerful Category 2 hurricane with winds of up to 105 miles an hour and a pressure of 972 millibars as initialized by our CAT team. Given latest satellite imagery and observations, Orlene is poised to begin considerably weakening. We're not so sure if it's going to rapidly weaken. However, it will still hold on strong all the way up until it makes landfall as a decently strong Category 1 hurricane with winds potentially up to 80 to 85 miles an hour. I think the reason why it is still holding on as a Category 3 hurricane is because of those blowups of convection near the LLC. Nathan, you can see it clearly on satellite imagery that there is a big blow up there, but you can definitely see that there is a dry air slot in the southern side, as well as southwesterly to westerly shear beginning to affect the storm.
So if that is occurring, and we saw possibly hints of that on radar as we look back at it, maybe there's a little bit of a gap on that southwestern side, although it is far out, then that does indicate that perhaps on the southern side this whole thing could get disrupted. And if you look at this radar even more closely here, you could suggest, and it's not great radar, but you could possibly suggest that the whole southern side of the storm might be hanging by a thread right now when you look at that radar. What do you think?
I am definitely noticing that the southern extent of the storm is degrading. The western side, though, is clearly degrading as well. So if both of those continue to degrade, within the next 48 to 72 hours, the eye wall can completely collapse at this rate. Which it is, in my opinion, expected to collapse within the next 48 to 72 hours. However, the reason why I think it will still hold on strong as a Category 1 to potentially high-end Category 1 landfall is given the fact that we still have a lot of convective bursts around the center of circulation. There still is a well-defined circulation, which is hence why this thing is still holding on strong. It definitely, in all of our honest opinions, we indicate that the storm is a bit weaker than 115. Definitely looks weaker than 115 on satellite imagery, as well as other imagery sources like high visible high res and water vapor imagery. Definitely isn't looking too pretty. Still a very convective storm. There's a lot of blowups around the center. Some actually new vertical hot towers were forming on the northwestern side of the convection bands, Nathan, a little bit ago. But the general consensus here is to basically say that Hurricane Orlene is poised to considerably weaken within the next 12 to 24 hours. Will continue to weaken in the next couple of days as the overall integrity and structure of the storm degrades, given multiple dry air entrainments as well as southwesterly to westerly shear interaction. However, still a very impressive storm at Category 2 strength. NHC is still going with Category 3, but based off our cyclone analyst teams, we are going with 105 miles an hour and pressure of 972. So that is my current thought on the storm right now. Still definitely indeed impressive, but not. It is unfortunately running out of time to potentially make another run at it, Nathan.
Blimey, Patrick, take a breath after all that.
I know.
Here is. Oh, go ahead.
One thing I quickly wanted to mention is you kept saying 48 to 72 hours for the eyewall collapsing. This thing is forecast to make landfall in 24 to about 36 hours, and the National Hurricane Center forecast to dissipate within 60. So this is closer to landfall than you think.
Yeah, I've not been keeping up with I've not been actually looking at the forecast discussions in depth with the basically the timings, but given what you just said, and based on that, let's just say now that I'm gonna say 6 to 12 hours before the eye collapses entirely.
Could be. When we look back at that radar, it could be hanging by a thread.
Sorry, I said 72 hours. I was not looking at the correct time.
Yeah,
so
it's forecast to dissipate at 60 on the National Hurricane
Oh
Center
wow.
forecast.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. We're looking at a live view right now from Puerto Vallarta, looking out towards the southwest, pretty much towards the hurricane, although I think it's now passing a little bit off towards the right-hand side. I would say that in this hour, the storm will probably make its closest pass to this resort city of Puerto Vallarta along the western coast. And by that point, I would say that perhaps the worst conditions will have already been and gone, and as you can see, worse conditions, there's hardly anything going on here, and that's really a testament to how small this storm is. The center of the eye is only about 110 miles from this location, 170 kilometers, and like I said in the last hour, if this was Ian's wind field was 420 miles in all directions towards the later parts of its life, so this area would be well within the tropical storm conditions and almost the hurricane conditions if Orlene was as big as Ian was, but just given how small it is, you can hardly notice anything up here at this location apart from a few rain showers, and of course it's quite murky and dull with cloud cover, but certainly you can just see those trees. No wind in this location, so a very small wind field, and that is part of our hopes there that it will substantially weaken very quickly because it is so small. Small storms have much more of a tendency to rapidly intensify, but with that, rapidly weaken as well is very possible, and that might be what we're seeing at this moment in time. Well, maybe not just yet, but perhaps shortly, depending on what we see with that radar in the next hour, I think. I think that's going to be a key point.
And earlier, a few minutes ago, Vicky in the live chat mentioned that she lives in Puerto Vallarta and is not worried.
That it's not? That it's what, sorry?
The weekend. Vicky, son in the live chat, mentioned that they lived in Puerto Vallarta and they are not worried about the storm since it continues the weekend.
Well, I mean that wouldn't be my reason. It is moving past Puerto Vallarta, but if it did end up further east earlier on, then it could have made landfall there as a Category 2. Obviously not going to happen now when you look at it on the map, but that's the wrong reason to not be worried anymore, the fact that it's weakening, because it is still at least a Category 2.
Well, the wind field's very small as well. I mean,
it is.
Cameras you've been showing clearly show there's basically nothing going on there.
Yeah. Our base says, could the AOI in the Caribbean become a major? Well, we can't talk about that yet. It's barely even an invest, but, well, it is something to watch for. Some of the ensembles making it a major, only a handful, so it's a low chance right now. It's not even a guarantee that it will form. Yeah.
That AOY is actually, it is categorized and designated as an invest, but for people who want to make forecasts this far out, I just want to say this. Please do not make forecasts like this because if you do spread this information around, people can panic a bit. We don't encourage that. So once models begin to come into agreement, wait about maybe 5 to 7 days before you can actually make a prediction, a reasonable prediction of, let's say, what this storm can do. The storm has not even been designated as a tropical depression. It hasn't even been given a higher than 40% chance of development in 5 days. So you can't really say for certain what's going to happen. However, there is model consistency and ensemble guidance to confirm at least some gradual formation of the system within the next 5 days. To what strength is unknown at this time, and to what direction is unknown at this time, because this was a fairly new designated invest. It was just designated invest about maybe about 1 to 2 hours ago. So don't long range forecast until things become more reasonably in reach and more reasonably in reach. Let's say.
Well then, I guess now is a good time to take a look at those models, which show possibilities, low confidence. Certainly don't create your own cones yet, probably, or put a big track line on someone's house or whatever, because we'll never be able to predict anything as far out with that accuracy. So let's take a look at what the models do have. And this is the GFS looking out here. And you'll notice, first of all, there is your potential Caribbean system. And forming out of this somewhere is the Cape Verde system. And in a moment, you'll see both of them. There they are, both active at the same time. Although that is still not a TC. And that is possibly a tropical storm, at least a depression. And that one shoots northwards, and look how quickly it gets eaten away now by probably wind shear there. A very short-lived storm. Earlier runs had this reaching Category 2 status, but that is barely a tropical storm that lasts for only a day or two. Definitely sounds like a Julia to me. They usually end up being very short-lived in the past seasons, but to be honest, actually, they're possibly regenerating up there even. And the other wave is still there in the Caribbean Sea. This is getting late on into the run, though, so it gets much more uncertain. And actually, latest GFS has some of its energy transferring into the Eastern Pacific, and it becomes an Eastern Pacific tropical cyclone instead. Ah, dear.
Another one?
That's what it's currently saying about that invest.
Come
In the
on.
Eastern Pacific in itself, here is Orlene, and that moves through those islands shortly. In fact, GFS has it moving pretty slow, and it doesn't reach the Islas Marias until about 6 hours from now, which more than that, which can't be right because it's getting pretty close already. And then eventually landfall. Look how quickly it dissipates. It's barely made landfall, and it's gone. Poof, up in smoke.
Land interaction probably has contributions to that.
Behind that, GFS can't decide which other low pressure system to intensify. This one here, which the other models are going with, and we'll look at that in a moment, or this one further east. GFS finally has that one developing, and a very short-lived system, but a rather tumultuous time in the Eastern Pacific with two other AOIs over here that could develop. But much later on, you eventually see what the Atlantic throws into the East Pac, and there it is towards the end of that run, getting stronger. But that is quite far out. Back to the Atlantic, let's check the European model, the ECMWF, and let's see how unconvinced this model is on either of these systems. Both of them very short-lived and not very strong, but the ECMWF does take that Caribbean system into the Eastern Pacific as well. So there's another one. And you can just about see, in fact you can't see Orlene on this one, but I can tell you it moves further west a little bit and makes landfall as a weak tropical storm near Mazatlan. CMC, now this CMC is usually favourable for tropical cyclones. It likes to develop everything, and sure enough, both systems become TCs, and look what it does. So that Caribbean one, a significant hurricane, probably category 2 there, making landfall in northern Nicaragua into Honduras and then northwestwards a little bit, and looks like it dies over the easternmost part of Mexico, uncommitted as to whether to go to the Atlantic or the East Pac. So that's one potential scenario, the worst one so far on here.
Nathan,
Yep.
can we pull up a caller in the Discord stage?
Oh, just a moment. Just the icon model here, and both of them very weak as well. So really not much to look at there. But let's see if we can bring on Steve. Steve, you're on the air.
Hello. I have one question.
Ask away.
I'm blank. Oh. I wasn't really paying attention the past hour when the NHC gave their 5 o'clock advisory. Why did they go with 115 miles per hour still?
I
They
think it's because of I think it's because of the fact that they are noting that it still has a very warm eye center, or eye, whatever you want to call it. It still has a warm eye in the eye wall region, but that's probably why they're maintaining with it. Also based off of recon data that they found in the bare northeast quadrant of the eye, they did find 96 knot flight level winds and about 90 knot SFMRs.
They
So
think there
maybe
was a
that's
high
why they-
chance of undersampling.
Yeah, they mentioned undersampling in the discussion.
They did mention
90
undersampling, which probably gave them a little bit of inconfidence to say that they're going to weaken it. So they probably maintained it at 115 due to lack of confidence between undersampling and whatnot. So they are going to most likely downgrade it in the near future in future advisories.
Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
Um,
Go on.
I wanted to point out a question that was asked in the live chat. Someone, Tropical Storm Alton, asked whether it is possible for PTCs in the East Pacific, and yes, it is possible. If Mexico wants to issue a tropical storm warning, a potential tropical cyclone can be issued, and an example of that was potential tropical cyclone 17E, I believe, that actually didn't ever become a tropical storm.
Yeah.
But they issued tropical storm warnings to the coast of Mexico.
This is in regards to 98E, right?
But they were just asking the question in general.
If we're talking like currently, if they were going to issue a potential tropical cyclone, or a designation for that, I wouldn't say so with the Invest 98E. However, we'll have to watch that situation as it could potentially, like you said, if they issue a tropical storm warning for any region, they could get a PTC designation, but honestly, most model guidance have been supporting 98E to be recurved westward into the Central Pacific region and then die off almost immediately, not even becoming a long duration tropical cyclone or tropical storm at least. So if they were to issue PTCs, like let's say on a broader spectrum, they would have to find I believe they would have to find a closed, well-defined, low-level circulation, but a lack of wind field, if I'm not mistaken, and then they probably issue the PTCs if they find a well-defined circulation. I don't think they need wind fields to issue that. If they found
basically the same as the Atlantic.
Yeah, if they find a well-defined circulation, it's going to get a tropical depression designation right off the bat. But in regards to PTCs, I'm not 100% sure on what the designation requirements are for that. I definitely know it has to do with the circulation and the wind field, but...
Well, really the only thing is that Mexico issuing a tropical storm warning, or any country for that matter.
True point, yeah. True point.
look at those cloud tops blowing up there on the latest visible imagery, and we saw it on the infrared as well, all around the northern crest of the storm. But let's take a look at the ensemble models here from the GEFS and check this out. So we've got those two systems there, and we look for those red zones and those orange zones. Every red number there is a different ensemble member predicting a low pressure system and its pressure. And we've got these two systems here, good confidence of both of them becoming low pressure systems. Whether it becomes tropical storm or not, well, that's a question. Some of the ensembles, and look at that, a big split here where we get some ensembles taking, is it 91L now that they called it, the Caribbean threat, through the lesser through Leeward Islands towards the Greater Antilles, one side, and the other side straight into the Caribbean Sea. That first side takes a ride through the Greater Antilles and potentially the Bahamas, and the other side is much further south. And look at all of this going on. Looks like now there is quite a lot of confidence in that system forming eventually, and could be another threat to Cuba or anywhere in Central America. GFS itself is not going with anything like this yet, but the ensemble support is there for some pretty serious stuff going on there in the next few days. Just wondering how strong that one is. 71, I think it was. So, well, that's something. But you'll still see quite a lot of those ensembles going further south as well. And from what we've seen from other models, it would still favour probably a straight line track sort of through Central America if this thing was going to develop. We'll see. But our main focus on coverage tonight, or this afternoon local time, is Hurricane Orlene, which currently has 105 miles per hour according to our latest analysis. National Hurricane Center still a little bit higher at 115. Let's go back to some radar imagery of the storm as it makes its closest pass to Puerto Vallarta, and you can see it here appearing a little bit further now in the scope of the Cabo San Lucas radar, and it's still difficult to make out exactly what's going on down there, but it does look like a jog to the northeast, and I saw that on satellite as well, possibly, or maybe, I don't know actually, I think it might still be moving due north. Hard to tell, but you can see a lot of action going on the south side, and that might be an effect of the wind shear, but I don't know, it might just be the radar. So speculation really, but it does to me look like it's getting weaker, and the southern side possibly hanging by a thread, but it's hard to tell from this difficult angle, and we don't have any better, I'm afraid. And we can throw it back to the live camera here at Puerto Vallarta as well. And you can see there we've got a few decent waves, but not much. Looks like the tide might be in a bit there. And we're still seeing extremely little wind on those trees. None at all, as a matter of fact. And in the distance, some clouds. We're probably getting quite a bit more rainfall. Those hills in the distance as well, looks like they've been having a fair amount of rain all day actually. I've been watching this webcam for a while. And we'll just leave it on here as we continue our conversation a bit. Cartral says, is the eyewall storms weak, or is it the curvature and radar making it look weaker?
I think it's the eyewall in general.
Yeah, I think so. And those saying that it looks like it's moving northeast, it does on the satellite imagery, but that's because the convection's really blowing up. The eye is underneath some of that black area now. So it looks like the eye is shifted northeastwards because that's the bit with the most indentation, but it's still moving north as far as I could ascertain from radar. But for those wondering about Puerto Vallarta right now, I reckon you're pretty safe. The storm is making its closest pass to your location during this hour pretty much. And even though it is just 110 miles away, around 170 kilometers, its wind field is very small, so much so that you can hardly notice a difference here at the beachfront. And some people sending in their observations as well. Indigo saying that it's a light rain in Mazatlan right now, and when we were looking at that radar, it did look like there is some rain falling in that area. Yep, quite a bit on that scan. It does look like it's faltering a little bit as well, that rainfall. But that's the latest shot that we have right now. David, is there anything you'd like to mention at this point?
I was just wondering what was the reasoning for our internal team to drop the intensity?
Well, I agreed with them as well. I mean, we didn't consciously make the decision together. They make their own decision, but I agreed with what their outcome was. It didn't look. It weakened quite a bit from its earlier peak. It looked to me as though the eye structure was very poor on satellite, at which point you would really struggle to award category 3 based on satellite appearance. Recon is inconclusive. NHC are hedging their bets, thinking that they might have been able to get stronger values if they were in the storm for longer, but they weren't. So that's what prompted, I think, our team to do that. Obviously, I can't fully speak on their behalf, but I do oversee their work. But obviously, they are active 24 hours a day, whereas I'm not. It's a team consisting of several different people, so we managed to function properly day in, day out. So they are quite independent. But let's get another question. Marley says, has San Blas been impacted yet? If I remember correctly, and I'm not fully familiar with this area, San Blas is further north. Yep, so San Blas is still ahead of the storm, and they could get significant impacts there depending on exactly how close the storm gets. So it will be a concern there still, and I think that's where the hurricane warning begins, if I'm not mistaken. So you could get some strong winds, and it will probably make its closest pass either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. And Yotsuba says, are we going to leave this live even when we're not doing a discussion, that they want to leave this up so they can watch over the next few days? We should set up an automated stream. We should have done that yesterday, to be honest, but we didn't. At this point, it's probably getting a little bit late to sort all of that out, unfortunately. But we will have more regular updates from our team. I imagine one of our Aussie team members might be doing an update on Orlene later on. I'm sure David will be there if any of our other team members aren't, to do an update late tonight, and then we'll have another update on Orlene tomorrow morning, and then landfall coverage when the time comes. So I'm sure we'll have you well covered there. But yeah, we probably should have had a rolling 24-hour views. Anyway, looking back at the imagery, I can definitely see how people might think that it has moved northeast, because when you look up close and personal with that eye, watch carefully. The eye starts here and it moves in there, and then this blow up of convection, boom, and it starts to shunt. It almost looks like it's shunting the eye this way, but in fact the eye is still in here, and that's just a little bit of a depression there that's not been impacted by this large blow up of convection, which has now blown up above the eye, but I can assure you that the eye from radar, which is more reliable, is still moving pretty much due north as you follow that imagery. And when I annotate it, I think that becomes a little bit clearer as well. But certainly at first glance, and if I take the annotation off again, it might look like it's moving northeast. Yep, there it is. Hopefully that makes sense. But the eye is definitely here. This is a significant storm threat to the coast of Mexico. Ahead of the storm, in its immediate crosshairs, as a matter of fact, the convection is just about on the edge of the Islas Marias. The convective top's just blowing over that area now, and they are likely to get hurricane force winds when the storm moves through here later on tonight.
So basically, from what I've been actually noticing over the past couple minutes here on satellite imagery, there appears to be a very big blow up on the western side of the LLC. Now you can see that there's a bit more blow ups along the western and northern sides. But honestly, from what else I've been seeing, Nathan, if you actually can look at this for me as well, it appears that that dry air slot to the south is actually. It appears that it's maintaining, or what am I saying? It appears that maintenance is being done to correct that dry air slot. If you see it, it actually is becoming a little bit less defined, which is indicating that the storm is actually trying to fight off the shear a bit on the southerly side, which will be an indication that it's maintaining its strength, which would. I mean, it honestly, I at this point, I think it's pretty safe to say that it is lacking a well-defined eye. It's on the verge of saying that there basically is no eye at all. There is still an eye wall though, I can say that for a fact, but there basically is no well-defined eye. But
It's still
it
quite
does
clear
appear
to
that-
me, at least one half of it. We just can't see the other side, but I gotta continue to disagree with you as we
Pinhole?
keep looking at this. No,
I
it's not
really-
it's not a pinhole.
Yeah,
But the
it's-
eye is there going looking at the, is it the rainbow?
This is
It's
radar
hard to
here.
say. It's hard to
Yeah,
say.
but the top left of the screen. What's that imagery?
Oh, I don't know. It just went off, but probably the channel 13 infrared. But there is the latest radar right now, which is pretty up to date there. And that also shows it's moving pretty much due north. You could probably fool yourself into thinking that it's moving northeast there as well, but I think it's pretty conclusive that it is moving still due north. We do expect that northeastward movement to happen fairly soon though. Let's see if we can get some more comments and questions right now. What's the chance for heavy rain inland? Well, it is a concern right now for what they're saying on the National Hurricane Center. Just to go over some of those rain expectations again. We could be looking at, for the Isla Maria, 6 to 10 inches with local amounts to 14, and that's 350 millimeters. Nayarit and southern Sinaloa, 3 to 6 inches with local amounts up to 10 inches or 250 millimeters. And for Jalisco, Colima and southwest Durango, 1 to 3 inches with local amounts up to 5 inches or 125 millimeters. Yotsuba says, I don't know enough about hurricanes, but is the adjacent monsoon trough affecting the hurricane at all?
Adjacent monsoon troughs. I do know that troughs usually affect hurricanes over stability, but the adjacent monsoon trough. I mean it may have some effect on the storm because of the fact that it's interacting with shear. Maybe the trough is oriented and dipped down enough to where the point where shear is actually coming off of the trough or influencing from the trough the storm's overall structure. I'm not so sure about that, but in troughs in general, let's say, usually do have some impacts on tropical cyclones if they actually dig deep enough and are oriented to where shear gets offset of the trough, and just like we saw with or just like we were going to see with Hurricane Ian on one or most ensemble guidance at first were saying that there was going to be a trough when Ian was going to actually make landfall in the Tallahassee area and get sheared out, but obviously that did not happen. But in general, troughs usually do affect tropical cyclones, but about the adjacent monsoon trough, I'm not so sure. Nathan, you have thoughts on that?
I'm not seeing much of one. I mean, you've obviously got that pull on the northern side there,
Yeah.
which is influencing the storm's movement. It's steering around a ridge to its east. So, I mean, trots and ridges mainly affect steering. If it wasn't for those, then storms would all want to go poleward as quickly as possible due to the Coriolis effect. But it's the ridges and troughs that give these hurricanes unusual tracks sometimes, and certainly diverse tracks. I mean, they end up going in all. But to be honest, the Eastern Pacific has the least diversity in any of the basins, if we're being honest. Quite a lot of interesting comments right now, actually, as I keep looking there. But you can clearly see the atmosphere in effect there, affecting those multiple systems, and you can see all three of the systems that we have mentioned. Of course, Orlene, to its southwest there, that area of interest, which looks like it's establishing some decent rotation, and the system further east, which the GFS has it competing with that other system and possibly intensifying instead. So that's something to watch out for later on. Tropical Storm Altony Bron says, this is old news, but did Hurricane Agatha rapidly intensify? I mean, goodness me, that feels like so long ago now. I can't even remember what it did, except it was a strong Category 2.
It didn't rapidly intensify. I believe it made landfall in. I believe it did make landfall
much further east.
Category 1, and then crossed over into the Atlantic and became Alex.
Well, not straight away.
Well, not straight away, but yeah.
All right, there we go. If anyone needed a reminder there. Let's look back at the radar view and another look at this storm. And from what I'm seeing, Patrick, though, I'm still not seeing an end in sight to this eye.
I want to agree with you, but in my personal opinion, I think the blowups of convection are overshooting the eye and are continuing to fill it up.
Yeah, but they would. I mean, this low-level eye is going to be beneath that convection, and it's still showing that it's got power. I mean, yes, when you have that kind of pattern, it's probably a Category 2. You don't usually get a Category 3 until you can see an eye quite clearly on satellite. But an interesting, slightly mysterious turn of events with this storm right now. Still at least a Category 2, possibly a Category 3, which is what the National Hurricane Center is still running with. Here is their latest cone from the 3 p.m. advisory, taking it towards the coast of Mexico, of course, with hurricane force winds, and now expected to make landfall on the mainland as a hurricane, probably a high-end Category 1. Our coverage here will continue until at least the 6 p.m. advisory, so we'll have a lot more discussion ahead of us. And we also have a phone-in format live right now on our Discord server. If anyone wants to join our discussion, you can go on to discord.gg/force13 and join the tropical stage, and you can take a look at our server in any event by just having a look there, discord.gg/force13, where we have more than 4,500 weather watchers and hurricane trackers and typhoon trackers all around the world who are monitoring this situation and everything else. So a worldwide weather hub right there if you want to take part. Let's go back to the live webcam. It's getting increasingly darker there, a little bit dismal now. In the distance you can see a much darker cloud over there, which could be one of those areas of higher convection, delivering some possibly thunderstorms maybe. Let me just check the thunderstorm activity right now, if there is any. Oh, there are. There are a few thunderstorms out there on the northeastern side of the storm. And one or two as well in the convection on the western side of the eye wall, so that's interesting. But when you see, if that cloud on the left hand side keeps coming towards this location, you might get some thunderstorms. But in the meantime, still very quiet conditions in Puerto Vallarta right now, which is where this location is. Looks like the camera's struggling slightly. The trees not moving whatsoever, so very calm conditions despite being only around 110 miles from the eye of Orlene. So I guess we'll keep watching this for a while whilst we can see that interesting cloud structure in the distance. Storm Tracker HQ says, is list 3 the most cursed naming lists of the Atlantic Basin? I'm guessing that's next year's, is it? If it is, then I guess my answer's yes. In the meantime, we wait for any other news. I know that in the next hour we will have a brand new GFS model output, which might shed some more light on what happens in the Atlantic next week. I doubt it will really tell us much about Orlene because it's pretty set in stone what it's going to do from here on in. But yeah, interesting rain band on the way. This is Force 13 Live. We are watching coverage on Hurricane Orlene. Still at least a Category 2 storm with 105 mile per hour winds and a pressure estimate of 972 millibars. The National Hurricane Center higher at 115 miles per hour, still rated as a Category 3 on their books, but we believe it is weakening. If you missed it this morning or overnight, this storm rapidly intensified to a Category 4 with winds of 130 miles per hour, and then weakened rapidly for a time and seems to have leveled off in intensity near high-end Category 2 status probably. And right now we're looking at the beach at Puerto Vallarta with a possible thunderstorm approaching from one of the, do you want to say outer bands or middle bands of the storm? There haven't really been any outer bands that have caused problems in this area. It's all been high level cloud. I guess I'll give this one to David. Tropical Storm Altony Bronze says, I know we're talking more about this hurricane, but did you say there's a storm in the southern Indian Ocean?
Yes, 92S, and the Bureau of Meteorology has it as a weak low at this point in time. They've reactivated their tropical cyclone 3-day outlook and disappeared 24 hours ago. So they've or 72 hours ago, they've reactivated it, and I'm just about to check Meteo France. They have it on their website as a I think a low pressure system at this point in time. The ATCF, Nathan there. What have we got? 92S, located at 5 south, 90 east, 20 knots, central pressure 1007 millibars.
I'd like to point
So-
out that I'm really dumb. That's not a thunderstorm in the distance, it's the landmass. Above it, though, there are some rather interesting clouds. Certainly could be producing rain in them up there on the top left-hand side, but I wouldn't say they're particularly thundery or intense. So not much going on at this location still, but the cloud cover is increasing, visibility is decreasing, now out to probably about, what would that be, maybe 5 to 10 miles, and decreasing it was quite a bit more earlier on, but still a decent view from this location. And a few comments there that the new GFS run is initializing. Yep, we're pretty sure about that, and we'll get the update from that GFS model output in probably about half an hour when it gets far out enough to be able to look towards day 5 to day 7, which is when we get to have a good idea on what we might see there in the Atlantic and potential Eastern Pacific activities still behind Hurricane Orlene. But this is our main feature right now, Hurricane Orlene, which continues to harass the coast of Mexico. Is still quite strong at Category 2 status at least. And once again, as you look at the sandwich imagery on the right hand side, you can still see some blow-ups in convection in a little horseshoe shape around the potential, what probably is still the eye. So I definitely think that this storm has not yet given up.
No.
And we still might see some, well, at least holding on with its intensity. Let's look back at the radar view. Here it is, and you can see the eye of the storm still making its closest pass to Puerto Vallarta right now, and is going to move past it northwards. But I'm still seeing there a decent eye wall shape, at least on the near side. We probably can't see the far side because it's too far away from the radar, which is from Cabo San Lucas. And I was surprised we could see out this far from there. We just about have it on the edge, near the edge of the radar, and that means the quality of it isn't that great. But at least it's something.
I think the eye's starting to come back again. Or
Maybe.
Nathan, I just want to cut back across to Mateo, France. They've upgraded percentages to medium. It's now 30 to 60% increase or percentages from Thursday. So Mateo, France, La Reunion has upgraded Invest 92S percentages to 30-60%.
Sorry, 30 in 3 days and 60 in 5 days. Is that what it is?
Well, so I'll just probability of 30 to 60% of the formation of a tropical
Between
storm
30 and
for Thursday
60%, right.
on the extreme east of the basin, very far from inhabited land. 4 p.m. 3 p.m. 4 p.m. today, local time.
Right. So that there is an update for the Indian Ocean. It does look like we will probably have a 4th early season cyclone down there, which is just mind-blowing. Only one of them got named.
Ashley,
and
that was the last one.
So we'll be looking down there fairly soon. But the main story right now is still Hurricane Orlene, which is getting closer to the coast of Mexico, where hurricane warnings are in effect. It is still at least a Category 2 storm as it gets pretty close now to the Islas Marias, and then continuing towards the coast of Nayarit and Sinaloa. The National Hurricane Center will update again in 2 hours' time for their 6 p.m. advisory, and we'll be here to catch that. We're on the air until then, before we finish up. But you can find Force 13's outlets. We'll have plenty more updates 24/7 on Facebook and Twitter, and regular uploads outside of our live events on our YouTube channel. So subscribe if you haven't already. But in the meantime, we're going to take a short break here as we continue to watch this storm in real time. We'll have more observations in the next hour, no doubt. We'll find out whether the radar presentation is deceiving us or not, and we'll see if the eye holds on for another hour. It seems inevitable that it will start to come crashing down at some point soon. Let's hope it's soon, as we keep watching here. We'll be back again with more coverage on this in just a few moments. Don't go away. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13's live coverage continues on Hurricane Orlene as we watch it slowly ramp back down from its Category 4 peak that it attained this morning when it reached 130 miles per hour, and its pressure I think was around 949 at peak. It's now down to, according to the National Hurricane Center, they still have it at 115 miles per hour, which would be Category 3. Our own analysis team have gone slightly lower at 105 miles per hour and a pressure of 972 millibars. This storm is not far off the coast of Mexico now, only about 110 miles from Puerto Vallarta, although the wind field is very small in this very compact hurricane, and even though it's quite close, they're really not feeling it over there. And looking at this imagery right now, another big burst of convection blowing up on the northeastern side of the storm suggests to me that Orlene is far from done. Now theoretically, wind shear and eventually dry air should be taking its toll on this storm and doing an absolute number on it by now. But at present, I'm not seeing much signs of weakening from that 105 miles per hour that our team have elected to put it at. So I guess it's going to be a big question into what happens in the next few hours. It should rapidly weaken before it reaches the mainland of Mexico, but for the islands there, the Islas Marias, they could get the brunt of this storm with possibly Category 2 force winds of over 100 miles per hour. That's 160 kilometers per hour, sustained winds, and eventually shoot up towards the coast of probably Nayarit, but maybe into Sinaloa, possibly right on the border for landfall, south of Mazatlan. My name is Nathan Foy, back in the studio for another 2 hours of coverage here as we continue to watch this storm live, and I'm joined by one of my team members, David Tones, who is joining us from a pretty cool Eastern Australia, and that's not very cold, but we are watching this storm together in real time. And if you've got any comments or questions for us, you can start your message with Force 13 all in text if you're watching us live on our YouTube chat, or you can join our studio and phone in by joining our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13, and we are currently live in the tropical stage. So we have a few different tools of checking in on this storm. Of course, we're looking at satellite right there, but we are also checking in regularly on radar imagery. Here is a view, and it's showing that the storm is still moving rather slowly, due north pretty much, and it's moving right past Puerto Vallarta right now. You can't even see the Islas Marias underneath all of that rain, but I can assure you that they are there. But there is significant rain in this area, of course, in the northern bands of the storm, and the eye still quite clear, and that in that inner eye wall is probably where you're going to get your strongest winds. And that's now even closer to Puerto Vallarta, actually. We're probably looking in the region of 130 kilometers now, which isn't very far at all. It's only around 85 miles, and considering that short distance, here is the view from Puerto Vallarta. A couple of people down there taking a leisurely stroll along the beach, even though this area is under a tropical storm warning. But it does appear as though the storm is making its closest pass right now, and conditions in this location probably won't get much worse. And I say worse lightly because it's not really that bad in the first place. The trees barely even moving at all from wind, and the video there really going crazy for a moment. But you can see some interesting clouds that are starting to approach the area on the top left hand side, coming in from the south, and those might be some thunderstorms from this hurricane. There's been a big blow up to the northwest of this location, but right now things not looking too bad, although it could get rainy in this location, and every so often you do see a few rain shafts. And on the left hand side again, possibly some darker clouds and maybe some thunderstorms approaching. I know that there are some people in our stream watching from Puerto Vallarta right now, so please let us know what your conditions are like, and if you can see what's on the left hand side of this image, whether there's anything bad on the way. And when I say bad, once again, I don't think there's going to be really strong winds now, but there could be some thunderstorms in this area which could produce torrential rain at times, and possibly some flash flooding anywhere within the coastal regions and inland. This area is expecting possibly, I think it was 10 inches of rain at maximum, and that would be around 250 millimeters of rain, mostly probably in the hills. Bruce there says, what is Guadalajara like? We have our own Cesar Gamez, who was broadcasting from there yesterday, and I imagine conditions aren't going to be too bad in that area. They currently have a 7% chance of tropical storm conditions. But certainly here right now in Jalisco and in Nayarit, things not looking too crazy just at the moment. So we'll play it by ear for the next 2 hours here. I'm not really sure where we go next, but let's go back to some infrared imagery, and once again you can see more cloud tops blowing up, and most notably on that northeastern side, which is looking more bare as time goes on. But there is a flare up there just east of the Islas Marias. Potentially another big boomer going off, big burst of convection. I don't know whether the fact that it's not near the center is significant or not at this point. It could be. It could be a sign that the storm is not going to be firing so hard at the center itself, and that could mean that it's letting go. But at that point, that really is just pure speculation. Let's look back at some of the radar imagery and look towards the western eye wall. Still not great imagery here, but you can see that area. Once again, it's a big question mark whether the south side of the storm is frail or not. Now, when you first look at this imagery, you might suggest, yeah, it could be. But bear in mind that it is on the far side of this radar scan, and the cloud and rain on the northwestern side of the storm could be shielding the southern side from the radar's beady eye. So we can't say with any confidence that the southern side is weak or falling apart, and if it was, that would be significant. It would go into line with our expectations that the wind shear is doing an absolute number on it. But it's not clear yet, but when you look back at the satellite imagery, take a look at these high-level clouds that are moving in from the southwest. You might see some small little areas around here that are rushing in northeasterly, and those are strong winds that are going to be pushing those high-level clouds away that way. And that's what we saw here in this area near the center. Looks like it's being pushed towards the northeast when the eye track itself is actually still moving due north slowly. So that could be that clearly is a sign of that wind shear is sort of condensing that southerly eye wall a little bit when you look at that, or the convective bursts. And when you take a look at the big picture and zoom out, it does look increasingly as though, you know, the north side, you've got all this to it, and on the southern side, you've got hardly anything down there. So, wind shear pushing through that way. It will eventually win, but will it be quick enough that the storm will weaken substantially before affecting these populated areas on land? And just check out that big burst that just happened there. Look at the amount of lightning that's going on in that area. Right there in that last frame. Lots of lightning going on up there. Although on radar it's not quite as dramatic as that. You can still see the effect it has. There's a little bit more orange that shows up north of the eye, where that convective blow-up is. But once again, we are looking near the edge of the radar scope. There's nothing better than this, unfortunately. So we keep looking at that. I've just realized that I've done a 15-minute monologue without even talking to David. So let's get your take on this storm right now in this hour, David.
Wind shear slightly going in from the northeast, but I firmly believe it's still got maintaining the eye wall. The lightning was impressive. The orange, I think it was the orange, but the satellite presentation is still good.
Yeah, there are signs that it might be about to let go. We'll see. But certainly when you look on this view here, look towards the bottom of the image there, right near the bottom, and on the western side in general actually, you can see the effect that wind shear is having. When you see these very steep color gradients, you see on the right hand side it goes from green to red quite smoothly. On the left hand side it's a much more quick gradient, and that is a sign of wind shear, which pushes all the clouds up into a cliff rather than a slope, and eventually starts to push it all the way off to the northeast, leaving the eye and possibly completely exposing the storm's circulation as it pushes all of that convection off towards the northeast. Right now I'm talking to myself because the signal appears to have gone, and it looks like we're back again. Just to point out there, if you missed it, pushing off towards the northeast, that wind shear, and if it keeps going like that, it will eventually expose the storm's center, and that is a real sign that it will be about to die off, but we're nowhere near that stage yet. But as this imagery continues, it does look like we are starting to see a transition here from a fully fledged eye to a more primitive pattern of convective blow-ups around the center of a storm. But I'm still seeing the eye quite clearly on the radar. It's not changing very much, so I do still feel as though this storm has a lot of power still left. Still a Category 2 at least. National Hurricane Center running Category 3, and we will have their next intermediate advisory at 6 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time. That is the time zone that's being used in this area. I know it's very close to a break point between Mountain Time and Central Time, But we believe that it will make landfall in an area that's in mountain time, so that's the time zone that the National Hurricane Center is using, and in turn ourselves. Start your messages with Force 13 all in text to ask questions, just so it lights up for us and we'll be able to see it more clearly, but we can see some of the ones that haven't lighted up as well, so we'll take some of those whilst it's a little bit quiet here. Peter Griffin says, was the 2022 hurricane season bad this year? What are your thoughts? It's still very much in progress, is our real thought, to be honest. In general, well, the rule of it only takes one. Ian is the one so far, but we might get more than one yet. There is still quite a bit of the hurricane season to go. Probably about maybe 30 to 40% of the season still, well, 30% of the season left to go before the Atlantic shuts down. So I would say it's been pretty bad. Fiona as well. And what it did to Puerto Rico. And Cuba and Florida and Canada from both of these two storms. So yeah, I would say it's been a bad season. Sonic says, I think the mountainous terrain acts as a wind barrier for Orlene's outer winds to hit Puerto Vallarta, and for the next few hours, if going by the icon, wind speed forecast in that region. Well, I think I agree with that as well. But that's the current infrared imagery. Let's cut back to visible. These images are updating all the time. We're using mesoscale, which updates every single minute. And once again, you're seeing more convective towers blowing up. I know it's only just gone 20 past 4, but we're already losing light on this visible imagery. But I assure you it's still very much daylight in this area. And those convective blow-ups still continue in the eye area. And once again, you can see that northeastern side, that big other blow-up that's occurred independently of the eye wall of this storm. Let's cut back to the live view from Puerto Vallarta right now. We were looking at possibly a few thundery looking clouds in the distance. Doesn't look like that's transpired, but it is an interesting view over there. You can definitely see some rain in the distance there. Quite a wide shaft of rain littering the coast of further south there. I'm not sure the name of that cape, but it's a very prominent one. Oh, that is Cabo Corrientes. Yeah, so looks like there's a lot of rain in that area towards Cabo Corrientes, which are probably getting quite a bit of rain right now. But still, the sea looks calm and the trees very calm here in Puerto Vallarta, although I am starting to see them move ever so slightly, which is a little bit different than what we saw before, but I don't think we're going to be doing full coverage on a tree swaying by a few millimeters compared to not. In the distance is the hurricane, probably only 85 miles away, the center of the eye, which again goes to show how small this storm's wind field is. Look back at the National Hurricane Center's latest cone, and you can see there that Cabo Corrientes probably just about getting those tropical storm force winds. Puerto Vallarta, not quite, but it can't be far away. That orange zone being the tropical storm wind field estimate, and that very tiny red zone being the hurricane force winds, and you can see just how small that hurricane force wind area is. Even for a category 3, that must be, since it is a category 3 in that picture there, probably is one of the smallest hurricane wind fields I've seen for a storm of that strength. But just a reminder, in the possible discrepancies between intensities. The National Hurricane Center are going still with 115 miles per hour. We expect they'll tone it down a bit at the next update. Force 13's analyst team running with slightly less, 105 miles per hour. That's still 170 kilometers per hour. That's sustained winds and an estimated central pressure of 972. So we will keep watching this as it develops, but at this point I guess we've sort of really run out of things to discuss regarding this storm. We really just end up watching it and becoming a passenger sometimes as much as anyone else. But there are a few things to reiterate from the National Hurricane Center. So I'll just go through the nuts and bolts of their update. As of 3 p.m, which is now nearly an hour and a half ago, they had it at 20.4 degrees north, 106.9 west, 80 miles west of Cabo Corrientes, 115 miles an hour, moving north or at 5 degrees at 8 miles per hour, and a central pressure of 972 millibars. The warnings at the bottom of the screen when they appear isn't quite up to date anymore, but still mostly. A hurricane warning is in effect for Las Islas Marias and the coast of mainland Mexico from San Blas to Mazatlan. Tropical storm warning for the coast of mainland Mexico from Playa Perula to San Blas, and the coast of mainland Mexico from north of Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya. Hurricane watch for the coast of mainland Mexico from Playa Perula to San Blas again, and once again from Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya as well. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 15 miles, which isn't very much at all from the center. Tropical storm force winds extend outwards up to 90 miles. They're expecting for Islas Marias 6 to 10 inches with local amounts of 14 inches, and that could be 350 millimeters there. For Nayarit and southern Sinaloa, 3 to 6 inches with local amounts up to 10, that's 250 millimeters. And for Jalisco, Colima and southwest Durango, 1 to 3 inches with local amounts of 5, or 125 millimeters. These rainfall amounts are likely to lead to flash flooding as well as possible landslides in areas of rugged terrain. A dangerous storm surge is likely to cause coastal flooding in the Islas Marias and along the coast of mainland Mexico in the warning area in regions of onshore winds. Large swells generated by Orlene are affecting the west coast of Mexico and will spread northward to the southern portion of the Baja California Peninsula and the Gulf of California over the next day or so. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult products from your local weather office. Well, at this point, David, I think we've got actually an empty stage despite our viewers online. So I guess we'll move to our usual spot if that's alright with you and continue our coverage there. Just a little internal change that we're going to have here, and maybe we'll be able to get some of our team on the air to discuss this as well, where they'll be able to show some of their screen views too. But right now we are still looking at this viewpoint from Puerto Vallarta right now, and keep your questions coming in. Tropical Storm Alton Ebron says, are you doing a tropical weather bulletin tonight? Ah dear, well, I said yesterday that I hoped it was the start of regular tropical weather bulletins again, but it turns out not to have gone that way, because tonight's is going to be cancelled because we're on the air, and so we go ahead without another tropical weather bulletin, and instead we are live, which sort of covers it instead. So sorry about that if you were expecting one, but here we go again. More infrared imagery and maybe more signs here, especially on the eastern side, that dry air might be taking over and that the eastern side is getting a little bit more deformed. Wind shear still prevalent on the western and southwestern side there. As you can see, that big chasm off those very high cloud tops down to the lower ones. Interesting to see how that's progressing. Let's check the radar. How's that one looking now? Is it any worse than before? And I would say no, not really. The hurricane's still holding its own by the looks of things there on this radar imagery, and perhaps a very slight eastward component in that movement now in those latest frames, but still moving mostly north. Once again, you can see the storm's location compared to some of those towns and cities. Puerto Vallarta right now, just about making its closest pass to the storm in the last 10 minutes. And it looks like now the storm is just about to move away again. Northwards, of course, towards other areas of land further along the coast.
And that convection flaring this to the what is it, northeast, east of the center?
It is. There's quite a few. There's a lot of lightning strikes on the western side of that when it was occurring. That appears to have calmed down a little bit, so I imagine it won't be a burst that will last for very long, but it's certainly bursting right now. And the western side as well. Some pretty hot towers up there too. So some really significant convection still bubbling all around the storm right now. But when you look in the grand scheme of things on the infrared satellite imagery, its appearance becomes a little bit less appealing. Here's another view of the storm, a longer range period view, and its general movement. It's fascinating to watch. I think it's still moving due north there, but that shows you really on a grand scale how this storm has been progressing throughout this whole day. Let's go back to the view from Puerto Vallarta right now, and you can see out there in the distance, still always in the distance, it's never quite reached this area yet, quite a bit of heavy rainfall, and I imagine those winds near Cabo Corrientes will be quite a bit stronger as well. National Hurricane Center suggesting that Cabo Corrientes may be underneath tropical storm force winds, and if that were true, then you can imagine that wind gradient as it shifts to the coastline here, not too many miles away, and still extremely calm. Well then, I said that in this hour we'd be able to take a look at the new GFS model around about now, and I think we can. So for those who are interested in the Atlantic as well as the Eastern Pacific, hold on to your seats. Let's see what we've got here from the latest GFS run. So we're looking out for those two systems, this one down here and the one further towards the left hand side. I know it's a little bit chopped off my screen there. I'll do my best. What happens then? There's that first wave, GFS, a lot more keen on it now, actually forming quickly, becoming a tropical storm. In fact, both of them possibly being tropical storms there at the same time. This is as soon as Tuesday or Wednesday. That's pretty soon. But both of them fall flat on their faces later on. Well, the other one lasts a little bit longer and is still going there, but the other one ends up continuing once again into the Eastern Pacific Ocean as a weak low. As for Orlene, you can't see... Actually, I should show this to you on the screen because this is a big change here from the GFS. Look at this! So there it is. Well, there it is round about now. Much weaker than what the NHC are portraying it, which isn't really true. But watch what happens. GFS now wants it to stall so much that it dissipates on the coast again and never really moves eastwards at all, and pretty much over Mazatlan there. But there's hardly anything left of the storm, and I don't think it even makes landfall. Dies off so quickly. And then once again, that next system, GFS is keen on it being the eastern one rather than the western one to form there. Just check some of those other models. The ECMWF, it still wants the western one to develop, quite weak though. CMC, it wants the western one and much weaker as well. Icon, it wants the western one, so the GFS is on its own there. So that will be an interesting turn of events to see what happens there in that period of time, next 5 days. But the hot news there on the GFS is that it now thinks, that model run, in the latest run at 18Z, that the storm will not turn east at all and will gradually weaken and be a nothing by the time it reaches the Mexican coast near Mazatlan. That would be a pretty good outcome. David?
I'm thinking the steering mechanism. I think the National Hurricane Centre's next update may contain a bit of a surprise.
What kind of surprise?
I think you mentioned the stalling motion.
In the forecast?
Yeah. In the GFS, I think you indicated when you were showing the model it's slowing down or stalling, not moving eastward.
Yeah, definitely.
But another fascinating storm.
Of course, the National Hurricane Centre won't update their forecast cone until they produce another full advisory, and that won't be right the way until 9 PM Mountain Time. Their 6 PM update, which we're staying on for, they will produce an intermediate advisory where they'll do another update on the winds and the pressure. More people on the beach there, I think, walking a dog. You know, that is under a tropical storm warning right now. I still wouldn't recommend it. But the storm is making its close pass right now, and it is pretty dead in terms of winds, so I can't say I blame them. On the left-hand side, a few darker clouds pouring in from the hills. And we have seen... Well, actually right now there's no signs of thunderstorms approaching from thunderstorm detectors. Only in that big blow up that's happened northwest of this location is where we were seeing some thunderstorms, but still potential for some significant rain amounts.
And Nathan, sorry to do it to you. It looks like we've got another recon flight scheduled for 14 hours time.
In 14 hours? That's a long time.
Just the third, 13Z, 14 hours, 24 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Entry time, the third is 17:00 Zulu, fix
long
03
until that happens.
So another 14 hours.
So
I'm just looking.
All we've got is our own satellite and radar resources until then. By which
When's
point...
it supposed to make landfall?
Oh, probably tomorrow afternoon. As a matter of fact, it'll be around now, I would say. Tomorrow, or a little bit later.
So 24 hours, 14 hours, that'll make it...
Yeah, so that they'll get in well before landfall.
So it'll be, what, an early morning flight?
Yeah, it will be. what's that? Sunrise, probably. We're also joined on the air right now by Christian. Welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Of course, wouldn't have it any other way. We're looking at
true.
Hurricane Orlene right now, weakening from that enormous Category 4 peak that it sprung upon us very quickly in the early hours of this morning, then rapidly
Yeah.
weakened for a little bit and is now, what do you think, holding intensity?
Well, I've not had a very close eye on this thing as of late. I've been busy with other things. But yeah, I woke up this morning, I see Orleans at Category 4. What was it, like 130 mile an hour?
Yeah.
I was just like, where on earth did that come from? And now, as I come back home from work, it's now back to 105. So, it came, it saw, it conquered. But obviously now it's down to a Category 2. Which sort of good news from what it was beforehand, because it's approaching doing a close pass right now to Mexico. Is it, according to that cone, it looks like it's making landfall fairly soon as well.
On the Islas Marias, yes.
Mm.
Those islands are going to be getting the centre of the storm fairly soon as we keep watching this loop. But Christian, some people have been trying to convince me on and off the air so far that this storm is collapsing in front of us right now, but I don't think that's true, especially when you look at radar. If we cut back to the radar screen now, you can see that the eye looks to still be in shape, at least half of it, although we can't see the other half due to the radar quality over there. It's just we can't see that far to the other side of the storm. But it looks to me as though it is still very much holding its own in the face of increasingly hostile conditions.
Well, all I'm going to say is don't ask me, because I am no expert in determining what a collapsing eye looks like. So I'm gonna have no opinion on that matter.
Well, the eye is still clearly there on radar. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I'm not seeing any fractures on that northern side. I still, of course, don't know about the southern side, but I would guess that it is still quite operational on that southern side as well. So
Yeah, like I said, I don't consider myself an expert on this at all, so I would not have a clue. I'm just here.
well, as we look at the infrared imagery, you can see the blob on the northeastern side continuing, and really is showing, at least on the satellite imagery, the eastern side being really badly intruded now by probably dry air.
Dry air. Yes, but you got that flare up in convection to the northeast, and I note what Arian Moon in our live chat has said. He's mentioned about any webcams. That's something that I've thought about, but it's still maintaining the eye wall, as we have said, Nathan, and it's still, the satellite presentation looks good, and noting the radar.
I tried looking a few days ago on those islands, and it doesn't look like there's anything like any cameras there. It is a small population, around 2,500, but they'll probably receive hurricane force conditions as this storm moves through later on this evening.
Nathan J. the dog mentioned about rapid intensification. I think we saw that earlier, didn't we?
Early this morning. It's definitely not happening right now.
No.
Like we said, it went to Category 4 overnight. The early part of the strengthening we saw from Recon when they got that 979 millibar reading during our live stream yesterday. That was clearly the start of that rapid intensification process, which continued throughout that evening overnight, peaking at Category 4 status, 130 miles per hour, and now heading down again. At the moment, it is holding intensity. National Hurricane Center reckon it's a Category 3. I think from satellite imagery, they'll probably put it down to Category 2 now.
Yes.
But radar to me still looks quite impressive, and I wouldn't knock it down too much. I think I would keep it at 105 if it were me. We'll get their update in about an hour's time from the intermediate advisory, where we might see some changes in the watches and warnings as well. But as of right now, it is still a powerful hurricane approaching the Islas Marias and for the coastal areas of the mainland of Mexico. I was pleasantly surprised to have that radar available because I thought it would be too far away from Cabo San Lucas. I didn't even consider it until I was notified by someone that the radar was indeed functioning and able to view the storm. So there we have it. Now let's go back to the view at Puerto Vallarta right now, where things are quite changeable. You can see on the right hand side it looks like there might be some rain falling closer to the camera, although still not at this location, possibly just a few miles out. But in general it's light and shade there, some darker clouds on the right hand side, and a little bit of a gap opening up by the looks of things in the middle. You can still see in the distance there visibility quite low along that coastline as you get towards Cabo Corrientes, which is probably under tropical storm force conditions, and I imagine maybe some heavy rainfall with poor visibility from what we can see from here. But still in Puerto Vallarta it is still decent conditions with only very, very light winds, if any at all. It's quite still there, and I think a few people, or one or two people in the comments not long ago suggested, who were there in Puerto Vallarta right now, suggesting that it's quite eerie and too quiet almost. And I imagine that is the case in this area. They should be okay whilst the storm passes by. It has just made its closest approach in the last half hour or so, and it's now starting to move off northwards. So for this city, I can't even call it the worst conditions have passed because nothing's really happened here, and so the worst conditions might still be ahead of us with rain or thunderstorms or anything, or some squally conditions maybe for some outer bands. From personal experience, very limited personal experience granted, but when Hurricane Earl was approaching the coast of Central America in 2016, I was in further north on the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, and Earl went by without a hitch 350 miles to the south. Not much happened at all really. You could see some of the high cirrus and the big dome of the hurricane in the distance, but it was actually a squall line 2 days later when it was a weakening depression well inland that for about a 30 to 40 minute period produced almost hurricane force winds, and very, very heavy rain and thunderstorms from a squall line, which didn't really cause any damage, but it blew a lot of loose fittings and fixtures all over the place, and it was far worse than the actual hurricane at that distance away. And you might get a similar effect here, worst case scenario, maybe not in Puerto Vallarta, but in some other locations, especially in the mountains to the east inland, where you might get some heavy rainfall that might lead to some flash flooding and landslides, of course this area being rather vulnerable given its geography. Once again, just to remind you of some of those rainfall estimates that we could receive from this storm. Islas Marias, 6 to 10 inches with local amounts up to 14, that's 350 millimeters. Nayarit and southern Sinaloa, 3 to 6 inches with local amounts up to 10, that's around 250 millimeters. And Jalisco, Colima and southwest Durango, 1 to 3 inches with local amounts of up to 5. That's 125 millimeters possible in those locations. So that's pretty much all we can say about this storm as we continue to wait for the National Hurricane Center's next advisory, which is still over an hour away. But feel free to send in your comments and questions as we wait out this time period and continue to monitor this storm's every movement. People suggesting that it's moving northeast. I can tell you it probably isn't. It's still very nearly north, maybe a slight element of east. What's making it look like it's going northeast there is wind shear, which is pushing from the southwest and really starting to cause problems for the storm. Let's go back to the infrared imagery and take a look at the latest progress on that potential dry air intrusion on the eastern side. And it's trouble. It's in trouble there on the eastern side with that dry air inching in ever further, and the western side is probably going to be rounded up and isolated and then evicted from high wind shear from the southwest shortly, and the northeastern side with that curious blow up I imagine will be a temporary measure. But the center of the storm is drawing pretty close now to the Islas Marias. From my reckoning here, it must only be about 20 miles before the eye makes landfall there. And let me just change a few things on the radar as well, just so that I get an idea of what's going on. I'm just trying to fix some... Oh, there we go. I can change the opacity. Excellent. So this is going to be a lot more helpful in pointing out those islands. So you can see here the center of the storm and the islands, the Islas Marias, and you can see how close that storm is getting to that area now. And still, from what we're seeing on that radar imagery, it looks like the storm appears to still be moving pretty much due north. And that would mean that it would get very close to the main island there, Isla Maria Madre, which is the one that has 1 or 2 settlements on it. Some permanent populations, I believe. The other ones, I think, are uninhabited. You can see Isla Maria Magdalena to the southeast and Isla Maria, what's that say? Cleophas? And to the northwest you have Isla San Juanito. All of them under that... Oh, well, it's just done a refresh. Oh, that's a shame. You have to change the opacity every time. Really interesting how that radar's blown up in that last frame. I don't know why that is. It might just be a glitch or an artifact in the imagery. Certainly looks like it. I think all values have been exaggerated in that last frame. But once again, we're seeing quite a lot of movement around that southern side. It just all seems to be dissipating. I mean, look at all this over here. All of that stuff on the western side dissipating en masse just to the west of the storm's eye. It's a difficult situation to see exactly what is happening. Alright, start your message with Force 13 all in text if you have any further questions for us whilst we're on the air. Right now, we still have David and Christian with us. Any suggestions as to where we're headed with this storm now? Are we seeing its terminal decline? Or is it still pushing against the inevitable?
Well, I really hope that this thing's on a terminal decline after its peak early this morning. And honestly, the weaker the storm gets, then arguably the better the outcome is.
Indeed. Let's run it back to that latest view, and you'll just see us crossing from one to the other, and then back, and then all over these viewpoints that we've got, because there isn't really much to look at as we keep watching this. But you can see there, just on the right hand side, some rain falling, I think, on the ocean. Quite close, relatively speaking, to the camera. Must only be a few miles out. So could be some rain approaching this area in the end. And once again in the distance there, those hills approaching Cabo Corrientes, still shrouded in probably rain there and lower cloud cover as you get closer to the center of the storm. This location only about 80 or 90 miles away from the center of Orlene's eye, which really isn't very far. And you can't see them on the screen yet, but there's two very curious people wading out into the water right now, which I still would not recommend, even though it does look picture postcard calm there. There are tropical storm warnings out, and even in waters that look calm, there may be rip currents. Let's see if we have any more questions right now, and we do have one. How big is the entire Hurricane Orlene? That's a good question. It depends how you measure it, of course. I'm just going to take a look. If you measure it from north to south, you're going to end up with a larger number. Its influence, north to south, is approximately 900 kilometers. Its distance east to west is about 700 kilometers. Its wind field distance, it only goes out to about 80 kilometers maximum in any direction. And its hurricane force wind field only goes out up to 15 miles in any direction, which is a very tiny hurricane force wind field, especially for something that's on National Hurricane Center's charts still a category 3. Oscar says, is it landing in Sinaloa? Do we need to run away? Well, hurricane warnings in effect along the coast. So if you feel you're in a vulnerable location near the coast, you might want to consider evacuating. Certainly if we've got if there's any mandatory evacuations that are ordered in your area, then I would obviously heed that information. But ahead of the storm, take those preparations, stock up on supplies, make sure if you're anywhere near the tropical storm force winds, to make sure that all of your loose items and fixtures and anything on your premises is fastened or otherwise in its rightful place, somewhere where the wind will not be a factor indoors. And those who are potentially in flood prone areas, I'd be quite concerned about those areas too, because there could be up to 14 inches of rain in some of these locations near the landfall zone. That's 350 millimeters, and we could see some significant flooding and landslides in the general area. This is Force 13 Live. We're running for another hour up until the next update from the National Hurricane Center, where we expect that they will downgrade this storm at least somewhat, because Christian, I doubt you've seen many major hurricanes that look like this. It must surely have a downgrade expected on the way.
Yeah, it's not looking as picturesque as it was earlier, I'll put it that way.
Especially when you look at that infrared imagery, I'm pretty sure that will twist their arm, and they'll probably go with They might go 110, but I think they should go 105 miles per hour. I doubt it's still going to be any weaker than that. I still think it's holding on quite well, especially when you look back at that radar imagery that we saw earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be surprised if they went 100. I mean, I think 105, 110 is probably what this looks like.
Time will tell. We'll figure it out as we get closer to that hour, what the National Hurricane Center might go with. In the meantime, there's another look at that radar once again. The storm is getting very close to the Islas Marias, which is approximately 20 miles from the center of the storm now, and could get impacted with at least 100 mile per hour winds. That's 160 kilometers per hour sustained winds there, and higher gusts and heavy rainfall of up to 14 inches on the islands. Up to 10 inches, sorry, inland. I said in the mainland. I said 14 a moment ago, but we're expecting 10 as a matter of fact. That's 250 millimeters. And of course to the south in the area around Puerto Vallarta, we're looking at something like 5 inches, potentially at a worst case, which is 125 millimeters. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back again with our final hour of coverage for this evening / afternoon. And we will have live landfall coverage tomorrow if it's still necessary, if this storm is still packing weight. If not, I guess we'll just have regular normal updates throughout the day tomorrow on the Force 13 channel. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. This storm is still a Category 2 hurricane and quite an impressive one. Stay tuned for more updates on Force 13 Live. Don't go away. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13 live coverage continues on Hurricane Orlene, counting down to the next National Hurricane Center advisory, which they'll issue, an intermediate one, at 6 p.m. It's just gone 5 o'clock, Mountain Time. I know we have quite a few different time zones in these areas, but that's what we're working with right now. And we're looking at this latest imagery of Hurricane Orlene, which is still at least a Category 2 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. National Hurricane Center still running with Category 3 status at 115 miles per hour. Our team of analysts, though, have got it a little bit lower at 105. This is still a significant hurricane threat, and let me read out those warnings right now. A hurricane warning in effect for Las Islas Marias and the coast of mainland Mexico from San Blas to Mazatlan. A tropical storm warning for Mexico from Playa Perula to San Blas and from north of Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya. A hurricane watch for those same areas, Playa Perula to San Blas and for Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya. We're looking at the storm live here, and the imagery appears to be showing that perhaps those convective bursts are getting a little bit more sedate in the center of the storm, and on the eastern side we're still seeing dry air creeping in. We'll get a better view in a moment. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio here for another hour discussing the latest on this storm with my team. Right now in this hour we have David Tones and Christian, both of them here with me right now. Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
Look at this imagery and you'll see that some of those deepest bursts of convection in the center of the storm seem to have come to an end. Now, could this be the first real sign that this storm is weakening? I don't know.
Please let it be.
But I still think no, actually, because when we look back at the radar imagery, look at this. It is still showing quite a gnarly looking eye wall there. Well, it's just refreshed it for me. Still a gnarly looking eye wall there, moving possibly just slightly east of north now. But it still looks to me as though it's got legs and it's got time. A little bit more time. Just decrease the opacity again. Just so that you can see where it is in relation to the Islas Marias. And once again, you can see that the eye wall is now getting very close to those islands. They only have a fairly small population, but they are an area that needs to be watching out for Category 2 conditions within the next few hours this evening. And once again, there is the view. I don't know why those latest frames have had the radar colors up to notch. For some reason that happened. It must be a glitch because you don't see a global intensification like that, if you may. So I think it's holding on. Could be signs in those later frames that the eye is actually expanding and maybe loosening up a bit. We can't rule out that there might be a gap in the southeastern part of that eye wall, and that could possibly be producing a bigger gap, a bigger eye, as that gap continues possibly to expand. And that might mean that we could be seeing a complete unraveling of this storm fairly soon, which is what forecasts are calling for, computer models. everything. It's just the storm itself which has defied the forecasts from last night, when initially it was expected to peak as a high-end Category 1, and then it was expected to peak as a Category 2, when it was a Category 1, and then it completely ignored everything and just rapidly intensified with its tight core to a Category 4 early this morning, when it had winds of 130 miles per hour. And storms with very small cores like this are very suspect and prone to rapid bouts of intensification, but also rapid weakening and deceleration as well. And that might be something that we're witnessing. Certainly weakened a lot from its Category 4 peak earlier, down to Category 2 on our estimates, and hopefully we'll be seeing that rapid weakening continue. Looking back at that live cam there in Puerto Vallarta right now, in the distance you can still see that there is an obscurance, less visibility over there, probably from rain associated with the storm. Once again, a reminder that the storm from Puerto Vallarta right now is only around 80 miles or 90 miles away, moving off now to the right hand side, and the tropical storm force winds are probably only about 20 miles offshore. So those dark colours in the distance and those areas that are shielded by those clouds, quite possibly receiving tropical storm force winds out to Cabo Corrientes.
Nope.
But the storm is moving northwards and will eventually clear this area completely, but so far things haven't been so bad here in Puerto Vallarta. Those trees have barely seen them move, and those waves rippling in still fairly calm, to the extent that people are still in the water right now, which as always we don't recommend during tropical storms, but as tropical storm warning, which is actually in effect in this area, but I can't say that I blame them, considering that the warning signs are lacking. Still, we got to warn though that you could get caught up in rip currents. Even when the sea appears calm, underneath it could be churning, and that can sometimes lead to needless fatalities. Even when a storm is quite distant from land, that can still happen. Looking back at this visible imagery, and still looking, always looks rather impressive when you look at visible imagery, but that only tells a small story compared to what is actually happening within the storm, which we compare and contrast with this infrared. Once again, curious to see that the very, very deepest cloud tops in the center of the storm there, those grey areas within that black zone and that lighter grey area, has just diminished in those latest frames in the center. That big blow up off the northeastern side is still there though, but that's inconsequential to the center of this storm and the storm's intensity as a whole. It's really that central area that we're looking at, and to me it just looks like it's starting to let go a little bit. Wind shear continues to run inwards from the southwest, and that's causing quite a steep cloud gradient as we keep looking at that imagery there. Let's go back to radar. It looks like at the moment it might have been doing a little bit, I've lost my mouse, of an easterly jog in that last frame possibly. I mean, we're only looking frame by frame, but certainly looks like it might have taken a slight easterly jog there.
And I'm noticing the convection flaring northeast. So I know where the centre is, but looking at the satellite imagery, a bit of a pinhole.
Hold on, what?
But
Where?
that northeast convection flaring.
No,
On
that's
the
just
one that's
a.
on the screen.
I know there's some hot towers blowing up there, and there's a little depression next to it. That often happens during those big convective blow-ups. I think it's just something to do with the energy distribution and physics and atmospheric physics and all that stuff. I'm not really an expert on that, but I imagine it is. Where you have that massive blow-up, you have a little depression next to it, sort of like an equalization kind of thing, maybe.
I said it looks like it's getting closer to the center.
No, it's
It
not.
was the convection flaring. It was to the east of the island, and it looks like it's getting closer
No,
to
that's
the.
it's just because it's expanding those cloud tops, really. Let's see if we can get some more comments right now about any topic during this hour of coverage. There's been a lot of spam going on. Can't do anything about that. YouTube need to fix that. Is it rarely, I think there's a question, rarely possible for hurricanes to have thunder, question mark. In the center of them, yes, it is very rare. But for instance, that northeast band there, that is, in fact, you can see it back here, the thunder there, those flashes, lightning detectors there, lots of thunder going on in the western side of that blob, but very little going on near the center of the storm. In fact, I think there's only one flash during that entire sequence near the center. So that gives you an idea of thunderstorm distributions, usually on the edges or the outside of the storm. Let's see what else we've got right now. I don't think there is actually anything at the moment, but we are here. If you've got any comments or questions that you would like us to address, start your message with Force 13, all in text. So we continue to watch Orlene, still a Category 2. We await the update from the National Hurricane Center, and it's mainly a question of sitting around and waiting here until that update comes out. We expect the storm to have weakened. You continue to look at the eastern side of it right now, and gaps continuing to open up closer and closer to the center, it would seem, on that sandwich imagery on the right hand side. The center of the storm, the convection blowing up near the center, appears to be diminishing somewhat, and that may be a sign that this storm is starting to fall apart, but radar still suggests that it is still quite strong, that it's still got an inner eye wall. Looks quite decent, even though the radar isn't the best resolution, but it still looks quite decent, and the eye is definitely there, but possibly a gap on the southeastern side. We'll keep watching that radar. Here's perhaps a new frame. Is there a new frame there? I don't think there is. But once again, a view there looking at that radar sequence. Watch every part of that closely. I think what's most notable there is on the western side. Look how much the rain is getting devoured by a mystery force there, perhaps dry air, that's circulating all around the storm, or whether it's just wind shear doing that. But you can clearly see on the western side of the storm's core, the extent of all that rain there has been decimated in the last hour or two. Northern side has blown up a bit, possibly due to that blow up in convection. But once again, we have the center of the storm getting closer and closer to the islands, Islas Marias. As we increase that transparency, you can just see there how close it's getting to those islands, and still moving generally north. I mean, if it keeps moving in that straight direction, it will actually miss the islands and pass west. To be fair, a lot of models were suggesting that for quite some time. At the last minute, the GFS has jumped on board with that as well. So we could potentially see the storm continuing due north instead of veering eastwards into land. That would be good news if that happened, because then there would be even more time before it reaches land further north. Of course, it would be near Mazatlan, but it might turn out that the storm could completely dissipate before it gets there if we have a good enough run at it. So that's something that we'll be thinking about as we continue to watch the progress of this potentially ailing storm in its later stages here, Hurricane Orlene. But it really did go for it last night when it powered into a Category 4 storm. And as we continue to look at this imagery here, the eye is well in that dark area. So I'm not really sure what to make of it. When I'm looking at this, it looks, compared to what we just saw on that radar, it strikes me that the center of the storm on satellite is not matching the center of the storm on radar. That there's some miles of separation, so that is another sign of wind shear there, where the lower levels and the upper levels are becoming skewed. And if that does happen, if that's true, then we will eventually very soon see rapid weakening if that is true. Of course, being near the edge of the radar, it might just be something to do with that. But I guess we can't really be conclusive into whether it's weakening or not just yet. But we are certainly expecting it to happen very soon. Tropical Storm Alton Ebron says there is a little convection on the west side of the storm. Well, yeah, that we keep looking at. It's just a rather bloated area that's slowly, very slowly decaying. But apart from that, not much else to talk about right now at this moment, as we continue to wait for the update from the National Hurricane Center. Let's look back at that camera again, that live shot from Puerto Vallarta. And again, you'll see that conditions are still very calm. On the right hand side, it's still quite rainy there, not very far out, a few rain shafts. But on the left hand side, it looks like it might be brightening up a little bit. The main part of the storm has now passed this location. And thankfully for this significant resort town or city, that we have not seen substantial impacts, or indeed any impacts at all. Not even a tree leaf out of place, with very little wind. Although it was rather close to the tropical storm wind field, only around 20 miles or so. Maybe even less than that if you go by the National Hurricane Center's cone. And a reminder on what they're saying on that cone, there it is from the 3 p.m. advisory. They still have it at 115 miles per hour, category 3, but we do expect them to go much lower at the next advisory, moving north at 8 miles per hour with a gradual northeastward turn over the next couple of days. But now, when we look at model consensus, it does suggest that perhaps that might not happen. What we haven't looked at so far is maybe some spaghetti models and some intensity models to show you what they're saying at this point in time. Let me just see if I can get some of those, and actually it's a lot less certain than I thought. Take a look at this, if we can get it fully on the screen. That was the 12Z model initialization consider that the GFS, which is that little red line that says AVNO as it makes landfall, has trended much further west. NHC don't really have a leg to stand on there. It's only the NavGem now that's east of the NHC, and maybe the CMC. I really feel that the cone is going to have to shift a lot west at the next full advisory when we get to 9 o'clock, because that's really shifted west there. And as you can see, the black line, that's the NHC forecast, is very much hanging on the very right hand side of the model consensus. So the more I think of this right now, the more I'm seeing that this might just continue going straight north all the way towards Mazatlan. And that would be good news probably, because it should weaken a lot before it gets there to the point where it's barely recognizable. Let's see what's on our next graphic. Intensity models. So there you can see some rapid degeneration, and this is from the 18Z model runs as well. So you can see there that almost all models have it down to either a category 1 or category 2 by 9 PM or midnight, actually, by midnight local time, and then by midday tomorrow quite a few models there are down to low end drop. One of them has it even down to a depression by then, by midday tomorrow. But some of them still have it at category 1, none of them at category 2. And that would be close to landfall. And then by 36 hours, which is at landfall, if not after, there's still 2 models holding on to category 1 status there, and 4 that are in the tropical storm range, and then 4 that are down to TD. So it is still an interesting one.
Nathan,
Yeah.
is there a chance you can bring up the Joint Typhoon Warning Centre
Oh dear.
cone?
For what?
Orlene.
Oh. Well, I mean, NHC trumps the JTWC in this area.
Right.
But here is the wind speed probabilities from the ECMWF model. It's quite old now, but you can still see those wind speed probs, and I guess that gives you an idea. And the GFS version, the GEFS, clearly the Islas Marias very much under the gun there with tropical storm force winds, and a lesser chance further to the northeast, but still a half chance from the GFS model for some of those locations further towards the north. I'm just looking on the map, Tlacopan particularly, and that's where I was suggesting a probable landfall earlier on, but I do think it's going to go further north now and sail right up towards Mazatlan. But with the caveat there that it will probably be substantially weaker by the time it gets there. Let's see if we've got a new radar frame, and I think we do. And perhaps this is interesting. Take a look at this latest radar. Check out that last frame, which might be showing now a substantial deterioration in its eye appearance. And perhaps the eye wall on the northern side has given up here. Just check that again. Really opening up in those last few frames.
Ooh.
Western side and southern side. So I think the eye is in its death knell right now, and I think we're about to see some rapid weakening here. Won't begin straight away, but by the time we get to maybe midnight, I think we could see this storm rapidly weakening by that point. Still very close for comfort for the Islas Marias. You can see them there, and they're getting probably pounded by some very strong winds and heavy rain, and they could still get hurricane force conditions quite easily. But on that latest radar imagery some promising signs of substantial deterioration in the eye, which is what we've been looking for the whole stream whilst we've been here for 3.5 hours. Perhaps that might now be beginning. Christian, your thoughts?
Well, if this storm really is beginning rapid weakening, then that's a good outcome for at least the areas that are nearby this storm. Obviously, this system, this morning at least, was a out of nowhere Category 4. And to hear now that it could begin rapid weakening fairly soon is at least a good thing to hear.
Of course, our live coverage this evening means that we are not doing a tropical weather bulletin, but we are scheduling another update on this storm at 4 a.m. UTC, which local time is 5-7, 10 p.m. Mountain Time. We've got an update scheduled, which will be just after the National Hurricane Center's 9 p.m. update on the storm. So we'll have you covered there on the Force 13 main channel. Subscribe to us if you haven't already for those video updates, and you'll see them whenever they get produced. Continue to send in your comments and questions. So we haven't actually had many, which I can only assume means that we're doing a decent job of providing all angles of this storm, although relatively few angles to be looking at. All we've got is all of these satellite views. Let's get an updated view of the geocolor imagery, and this is what it's looked like in the last few hours. Those convective bursts happening there in those later frames. And you can see its general movement has been just a slight, very slight bit east of north. Very, very slight. Back to that other imagery that we were looking at there. Looking closely at that convection. But I don't really know what to say about that convection anymore. I think overall you will probably see that convection still blowing up a lot, and it will then eventually get sheared once the eye collapses, which looks like it might be underway now. You're just going to start to see basically what that northeastern side is doing, but over the center, blowing up huge amounts of convection probably, and then it will eventually get blown away by that strong wind shear, and then from there you will see the center start to get exposed and then eventually get completely exposed, and that's when it will really lose any strength that it has left, and then become a remnant low. And there is still a decent chance of that happening before it reaches land in the western coast of Mexico. So we're going to keep watching that very closely. National Hurricane Center expected to update on this storm soon. They're usually quite quick in the Eastern Pacific. They tend to update those ones before the Atlantic ones when the update time rolls around. So the intermediate advisory can't be far off from the National Hurricane Center, and we'll probably see them confirm Category 2 status, although the National Hurricane Center still currently running with 115 miles per hour, which is still Category 3. Mechagodzilla says, why so many hurricanes? More than 5 typhoons or hurricanes have come in a year. It's the end of the world. Well, it's not, but we have had a few strong storms impacting land recently, but it'll surprise people to learn that we do get quite a lot of hurricanes worldwide every year. We get on average...
around this time of year.
Well, yes, but we get on average 92 tropical storms worldwide every year, and I think the average for hurricanes is something like 40 around the world every year. And majors, I think the average is something like 20. But sometimes we can get more in all departments. I think the record for hurricane strength storms in a year around the world is 65 or something like that. That's more than one a week.
Yeah.
So it's quite common. Just that the vast majority, well, the majority of them don't hit land, and certainly not at full strength. Very unlucky occurrences when you get full strength landfalls, just like what we saw with Ian last week. Orlene doesn't look like it's going to do, well, clearly won't make landfall as category 4, so that's something that was avoided. Nauru, even though it struck the Philippines very hard, it wasn't at peak intensity. It did reach category 5 after reaching that. Yeah, and of course when you look at places like Japan and Korea, their higher latitude means that storms are never really at peak when they make landfall there. But there we go. We're still looking at this satellite imagery. Let's see if we can get some more satellite. I tell you what, I'll just load up everything that I've got right now and just take us on a round the world tour if we have one. So these are the images that we've been showing you. Let's see what's on this one. Oh, there we are. There's another geocolor imagery there. Visible imagery of the storm again. Really not looking so hot near the center when you look at that one. And that northeastern convection really blowing up and sort of taking the lead, really. Whereas the center of the storm is still quite further south of that. And what's this one? Oh, we've got nothing on that slot, and we've got nothing on that slot. What about this one? Oh, there's that side shot we were showing earlier. And there's a wider shot showing the whole picture there on the infrared over a larger time scale. And over time you get to see a little bit more clearly that just that convection in the center towards the western side of the storm is slowly giving up.
Yeah, I think the one on the northeastern side, it wants to take over, really.
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting, even though it's nowhere near the center. I think we have one or two more new radar images, so let's take a look now and just see if that eye is continuing to deteriorate. I just wonder if I can stop the animation at the end. I don't think you can. That's a shame. But right at the very end there, I'm just looking again. I think that gap on the southern side is still opening up. So I do feel this storm is well on its way to weakening as we await the 6 PM advisory from the NHC. We'll get that shortly. Tropical Storm Altony Bronze says, any cells in the hurricane? This radar probably won't show you very well where any cells might be. Can't rule it out, but from what we've seen, I would say it's quite unlikely. I'm looking at the hurricane on the visible imagery and I'm not seeing many signs of instability. I'm really seeing none at all, to be honest, so no, I would say we're not looking at anything embedded supercells or anything like that, or tornadoes or anything like that. No. And that generally happens quite a bit less in the tropical zones. You usually get that further north, as we saw, of course, with Ian. We await the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center, and that's all that's really left for us to do at the minute. But keep your questions coming in. Keep us on our toes with the answers. CMC official says, how dangerous is the rainfall threat from this storm? And that's Gizmo, actually, one of our team. I didn't know that you were CMC official. I remember you commenting in a few streams a few years back. One of our members now, contributors. So the rainfall threat could be quite dangerous. We are, once again, just read out those rainfall values. Islas Marias, 6 to 10 inches with local amounts to 14. That is 350 millimeters there. Nayarit and southern Sinaloa, 3 to 6 inches with local amounts up to 10. That's 250 millimeters. That could cause flooding and landslides. Jalisco, Colima and southwest Durango, 1 to 3 inches with local amounts to 5. and that's 125 millimeters, could still cause flooding there. And they do warn that it's likely to lead to flash flooding as well as possible landslides in areas of rugged terrain. Lori Leaney, or Liani, says, what is happening with the southwest end of the storm? That looks like another circular pattern of wind and rain. Where are we looking there? Try and figure that out. I don't know which part you're looking at especially. Southwest. Because the only thing that's southwest there is where the center actually is, underneath all of that dark convection. And Drysen, I think, says, do you see any more hurricanes hitting Florida this year? Well, I'm afraid there is the chance of that. It's a vulnerable location. It's a very hurricane-prone location. I certainly doubt that we'll see anything anywhere near as bad as Ian through the rest of this year, because we are in October now. So I highly doubt we'll see a Category 5 or 4 landfall in Florida, but of course Michael happened after this date. But it's very unlikely. But you could still see a Category 3, and that would be still catastrophic possibly. So that can't be ruled out, especially when you think of storms like Wilma, which was at the end of October, moved through Florida as a rapidly accelerating Category 3 storm. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We are, of course, looking at possible Caribbean development later on in the week. Ensembles have decent backing, but the models themselves are still being quite standoffish about that potential Caribbean development later on in the week. And indeed, many of the models are keeping it fairly weak and moving it through Central America and actually having it become an Eastern Pacific storm. So that could be something else to watch out for in the East Pac. And another comment, would we count this North Atlantic season as a very inactive season due to the systems which have formed?
Probably not.
Well, once again, when you look at, it's a numbers game, isn't it? Statistics and all this. I mean, reducing impact statistics doesn't run well sometimes, but when you look at storm numbers, we've had, 9 so far, which is, if it ends at 9, that's a below average season. That's an inactive season. Of course we will have more, but if it did end at 9 right now, that is an inactive season. When you look at ACE amounts though, let me just check what the accumulated cyclone energy is for the Atlantic right now. We have had 79.1, and the average by this point is 96.8. So we are about 80, just over 80% of what we would normally see on average. So I wouldn't call that inactive. I would call 60% inactive, but 80% is near normal. Once again, if we didn't get any more storms, then perhaps you could call it inactive, because the average season finishes up with about 122 ACE. So if we were still stuck at 79, then we're 66% roughly. You might want to call, yeah, you would call that inactive. But I don't know, that's just my response to that. More of a statistician's question, really, that one. And any frontal systems near Hurricane Orlene, well, it is being dragged along by a frontal system, a trough to the north, which is slowly pulling it round this ridge to its east. So it's in a difficult, to be honest, it is quite comparable to Ian in that sense when it was nearing the coast of Florida. Because it's in a very similar situation where it's got a trough waiting for it, but it's also being pushed westward, or being held a little bit by a ridge pattern as well. Let me just see if I can see what it looks like on the imagery, on the models. Let me try and find that. No, I'm not really seeing that. A little bit of ridging ahead of it, which I guess is keeping it out. Yeah, a little bit of a complex situation there, actually. Let me try and look at the 850 millibar heights. Very curious pattern, actually. A trough that's probably not going to be strong enough to pull it along fully. And that's why the GFS is suggesting that it's going to keep going north and then possibly even turn northwest later on, which is completely at odds with the National Hurricane Center forecast. Any moment now we will get the National Hurricane Center's intermediate advisory, where we'll find out whether they think and agree that this storm is weakening, potentially rapidly. I don't think they'll reduce the intensity by that much, but here's another radar frame now with even more evidence, I think, of a deteriorating and rapidly broadening eye wall / eye and lessening intensity as well by the looks of things there. Those latest frames. Southeastern side looks very bare, although of course I'm aware that's on the far side of that radar, but looking at southwest and towards the west as well, opening up really a lot there, and I think there's only a little bit left of this eye wall now. Possibly this could even be a primitive eye wall replacement cycle that might be occurring. Maybe there's a little bit of a change going on there.
Another one.
I don't know, but it's eventually going to really take its toll on this storm, and I think it's going to start fairly soon. Let's just check back that latest satellite imagery. Any more signs? Just a little bit of convection blowing up near the center again, so that's interesting.
Nathan, what has got my eye is a bit of anti-clockwise motion on the other side of the island towards Mexico.
It's not, though. It really isn't. You're trying to suggest to me there's another circulation forming there?
Yes?
No.
No?
Absolutely not.
Impossible?
No.
Yeah, impossible.
That would be
No.
very
Not.
weird.
Impossible at its current strength. If it weakens down below 50 miles an hour, I'll entertain it. But certainly
Yeah, I
not at the
mean-
moment.
I mean, obviously, it can't really jump locations, so I wouldn't.
It
say
can if it's weak.
Sure, but it's not that weak.
No, it isn't. It's still a hurricane. But the estimate right now, 105 miles per hour from the Force 13 analyst team, 115 from the National Hurricane Center pending their next update, which is due fairly soon. We'll be going off the air when we get that update from the National Hurricane Center, but you can stay up to date on our channel. We will have another video update done by one of our Aussie team at 10 p.m. local time. Whilst we wait, though, I can give you new information from the latest tropical weather outlook, the 8 p.m. tropical weather outlook, giving the Atlantic systems. Let's switch to this actually. Here's the NHC. 70% in the next 5 days for that area of interest on the right, and 30% in 48 hours. And on the middle one, or further west there, 40% in 5 days and 30% in 48 hours. So in the 5 day period there, it's moderate and high. I don't think that's changed since the last update, but that's the new update.
It has.
Is it?
Yeah, I believe the last update had it at rather 30-20 or 30-30.
Yeah, it looks different.
And the Eastern Pacific ones haven't updated yet. Those were from 11. But we did have both of those systems that models aren't sure which one will become dominant. Well, most models collectively aren't sure. It's just the GFS that thinks the Eastern one will, and the other models all think the Western one will. So we'll see what happens there.
You can only
Well,
wait and find out.
The 30-40 one in the Atlantic, currently, in my opinion, looks on satellite a lot better than the 3070 one near Cabo Verde.
Oh, we can't really see that on our imagery here, unfortunately. It doesn't reach out
I'm
that
using
far
the-
enough.
I'm using National Hurricane Center one.
Oh yeah, I suppose we could just look on there. Good idea.
There's also a little swirl above it as well, which
Hmm.
quite interesting.
Here we go. Take a look at this. And you can see the only thing I would say about that, though, Gizmo, is that the one on the right-hand side is expected to form later than the one on the left if it happens.
Mm. It's a very interesting little swirl above it, though.
I
I'll put it
know.
that way.
It looks quite nice.
Probably an upper level low, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I will say though, I mean, this is like probably like far out, so beyond 5 days. But I have been looking at the forecast models for the Atlantic and even the Eastern Pacific, and the Atlantic ones do show a most likely subtropical, but could also be tropical system forming near Bermuda,
Hmm.
which is interesting.
Could definitely happen.
I mean, it doesn't strengthen very much. At most, it doesn't even. At most, it just gets to, I believe, 60 miles per hour. But still, quite could be an interesting system if it does form.
Definitely worth a name if it happens. Right now, we're looking back at the wide-scale view of Hurricane Orlene. We're still looking closely at times at the infrared imagery, which is suggesting another flare-up near the center of the storm, although it's not actually the center. The radar depicts it being quite a bit further towards the west than what the satellite center might look like. Once again, let's just take a look at that radar, and you can just see how it has opened up in those latter frames. Is it a sign of terminal decline that we've been awaiting for, or is it just another little twist and turn this storm is throwing us?
Actually, it's a decline.
The update is out from the National Hurricane Center, and they are keeping it at 115 miles per hour and a pressure of 972 millibars, category 3.
That's very interesting.
So this storm continuing to pull out all the stops to prove everyone wrong right now. I imagine our team will be keeping it at 105 miles per hour. I've not heard anything from them.
I don't understand why National Hurricane Center has kept it as a major hurricane.
Maybe just for the sake of continuity at the moment until they get some better information.
Possibly.
Yeah, but even still,
And
just
we
looking at the information we have,
I can't
I
see
think-
that a category 3 would exist with
Yeah.
with a satellite imagery like that. For me, it's got to have a pretty clear eye for it to be a Cat 3.
yeah, and as you can even see on that radar imagery, that eye just doesn't look very strong. As you said, there's major issues with its eye if it would, and I don't think that would even support it being Category 3 either. So find it quite confusing that the National Hurricane Center has kept it at that strength.
If in doubt, keep it where it is, and I think they've just followed that information, really. That rule of thumb. I reckon they're in a lot of doubt right now over what this storm is doing. Apparently, we've just heard news that every microwave pass has missed the storm. So that's really not helpful either, to try and ascertain its inner structure. So it's a big question mark.
Oh, hang on.
What?
Okay, it's kind of updated for me. National Hurricane Center website on the areas of interest.
Oh, right, yes.
So they've placed the one to the west the one that was a medium chance, they have that at 70/70. So now at a high chance.
And I think that's too much.
And
That's-
the one on the one closest to the Atlantic, that is now at 20/30. And I can only see the updated versions if I actually click on them.
Yep, but they're there right now, those new updated ones, and Orlene kept as a Category 3, probably as a matter of doubt from the National Hurricane Center, but I guess we can't second guess them. I mean, they're not citing any information, and they don't really have any other observations to go with. It's a tricky one right now, but this storm, I'm sure it is weakening slowly, not as quick as we expected. But on radar imagery, possibly signs that it could be unraveling very quickly. Maybe. I don't know.
I'm looking at the tropical weather discussion to see if that has anything to why they've kept it at 115.
No, they won't. So let's reiterate the warnings right now. And at this present time, even though we're talking about this storm weakening, they are still as valid as ever. A hurricane warning remains in effect for Islas Marias, the coast of mainland Mexico from San Blas to Mazatlan. A tropical storm warning for the coast of mainland Mexico from Playa Perula to San Blas and from Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya. A hurricane watch for those same locations, Playa Perula to San Blas and from Mazatlan to Bahia Tempehuaya. Currently at 20.9 degrees north, 106.8 west, moving towards the north at 8 miles per hour. It will pass over Las Islas Marias tonight and reach the coast of mainland Mexico within the warning area on Monday, and we will be live if necessary. Probably if it's still a hurricane force storm, we will go live tomorrow for the landfall. But as it is right now, National Hurricane Center, quite surprisingly, have kept it at Category 3 with winds of 115 miles per hour and a pressure of 972. David, your thoughts? Caught him by surprise there, oh dear. Rumours that our team are going to run with 100 miles per hour at their next update, which is due in a few minutes as well. So
I can see it.
They're bringing that down. So an even bigger deviation between the NHC and our analysis at this forthcoming update. I don't really know what to say. I think it definitely is weaker. I would support a Category 2. Not sure what wins, but I'd probably stick to 105 if it were me. Christian, anything else you'd like to say here?
Wow, like you said, the deviation between ourselves and the NHC just gets bigger and bigger. Obviously, surprising that they've stuck with 115 Category 3. We are right now 105 Category 2. And like you said, as far as I haven't seen any, but apparently there are rumors that we're dropping down even further. So,
Maybe.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I haven't seen any discussion on that front, so I'm just taking your word for it. But regardless of what the outcome is, this is still a very dangerous situation for the areas involved. And obviously, there really shouldn't be people out on the beaches.
Here's a final look for tonight on Puerto Vallarta, and still decent amount of light there. It's getting towards, I think it's 7 o'clock over there. I think they are in Central Time, which gets very confusing because we're working in Mountain Time, which is what they have in Mazatlan. But in Puerto Vallarta there, that's the view of of me sneezing, and clouds from the storm continuing northwards, moving along the right hand side of that image. The main part of the storm has passed this area, and they probably didn't even feel it. From the whole time we've been looking here in Puerto Vallarta, it has been extremely calm. There's been rain in the distance and still is, but in general, very quiet.
I mean, I suppose that's a good thing, though.
Of course it is. Also goes to show how small this storm's wind field is once again. Yeah, the storm passed within about 90 miles of Puerto Vallarta in the last few hours, so it was pretty close. But that's it from us here at Force 13 HQ. We'll have another update from one of our team on the storm at 10 PM Mountain Time. That's when our next update will be on Orlene on the Force 13 channel. Subscribe if you haven't already, and you'll get a notification when that update becomes available. And of course, we'll have more coverage on this storm if necessary, but definitely updates tomorrow morning. Until then, we'll say goodnight here. Thanks for watching. Hope it's been useful, and we'll see you again on our next stream, whenever that might be. I get the feeling it might not be too far away. Good night.
Good day.